is unavoidably absent. Equally so is the Honorable First Deputy Speaker. And so, in accordance with Standing Order 13.3, the Honorable Second Deputy Speaker shall perform the duties and exercise the authority of the Right Honorable Speaker until he returns into the jurisdiction. In accordance with Standing Order 13.3. I thank you.
Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of the Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the wills of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, shall I invite you to turn to item number 4. Item number 4 in today's order paper. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Honorable members, we shall begin with correction of votes and proceedings. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page number 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page number 9. Page 10. Page 11. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, page 11, item 9, fifth line, military personnel deployed. It should be DEPLOYED, not deployed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Table, kindly take note. Yes, Honorable Member for Adenta.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, same item 9. Electricity Company of Ghana to install meters. The spelling of meters here would be METERS, not MTR. And then on the last line of the last paragraph on page 11, they've also spelled meter out wrongly again. So METER for electricity meters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Table, have you taken note of it? Very well. Let me come to Bill.
Mr. Speaker, I think the same item. The problem was not to do with just installation of meters, but prepaid meters. They really already have meters there, but the problem was to do with installation of prepaid meters. So we need to be specific. And again, if you read the continuation of the statement, Electricity Company of Ghana to install meters in the vicinity.
Which page?
The same page 11, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Item 9. If we say vicinity, I think the use of the word vicinity, there should be the area. We should replace vicinity with the area, because that will exclude the areas that have been mentioned. So if we could replace the vicinity there with area, and maybe end it with communities instead of area again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Table, please kindly take note. Honorable members, let's turn to page 12. Yes, Honorable Member for Southside.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, regarding page 12, item number 11, sub 1, the amendment that is presently being credited in favor of the chairman of the committee and the Honorable Benahiafo should truly reflect the names of the Honorable Benahiafo and the Honorable Majority Leader. Speaker, what happened was that there was an originally advertised amendment standing in the name of the chairman. But there was a further amendment proposed to that entire amendment by the insertion of a C. And the C was also further improved by the Majority Leader with the phrase, where applicable. So, like it is the tradition in this House, is those two proponents whose amendment got carried who should be credited with this present amendment, and not the chairman. The chairman's original amendment got further improved by these other two people. Thank you.
Very well. So you just add Honorable Majority Leader's name into it. Very well. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, the chairman had a different amendment proposed, but I must admit that along the line, he also got converted and joined. So I don't know whether we can add his name. It doesn't really matter. So if it includes the name of the chairman and myself, fair and fine.
Very well. So table, let's maintain the chairman. So we move to page 13. Page 13. page 14. Page 14. We move to page 15. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Please, page 18, minor correction. Roman numeral XXI, Ms. Bernice Ofosu, Deputy Director, Policy Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. There's omission of "and" the proposition. Thank you.
Table, can they take note? We now move to page 19. Page 19. Let's turn to page 20. Page 20. Honorable Member, are you up on your feet? We move to page 21. Page 22. And finally, page 23. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, rather page 8. Page 8, Speaker. I was in the House on Friday, but I was marked absent. Speaker, I was at a committee meeting, so I couldn't catch your eye when you go to page 8.
Which page?
Page 8.
But did you come to the chamber to sign your name?
Please, I was around, but I can't remember whether I've signed or not, but I was in the House. I mean, the recordings and video, everything will show that I was around on Friday.
Honorable members, last week we emphasized on this.
Number 27, page 8. Bismarck, Etenyako.
Honorable members, last week we emphasized on this. Once you come to the presence of the House or you come to the chamber, please make sure you register your name. Because at times the fault might not come from the table. If you don't come and register your name, there's no way the table can see around that you were probably at the committee meeting, and therefore will include your name on the members present. Please, once you come to the chamber or you are even within the presence of the House, please make sure you come and register your name. Very well. In the absence of further corrections, the votes and proceedings of 18th sitting held Friday, the 24th June 2022 are hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, we have the 17th June official report. Honorable members, let's have an order. Please, let's have an order in the House. Please, we have the 17th June official report. 17th June official report. Yes, honorable members, in the absence of any correction, or you have available leader you have any issue with the official report?
Speaker, that is so. Speaker, the indication of my members is that they are yet to have their copies. So if we can defer this to tomorrow. Oh, they don't have copies. From my
Honorable available leader. Honorable available leader.
Speaker,
this issue has also been re-emphasized.
Very
the
well.
official reports are put in our pigeonholes.
Very well.
So you go and pick your official report from your pigeonholes. Nobody is bringing the official report to the chamber here. So you have to go and pick the official report from your pigeonholes.
Speaker, I'm guided. All I'm saying is that we can defer this to tomorrow to do so that members can have copies.
Why?
Go through and deal with any amendments that will be arising therefrom. That's what I'm saying. But I'm entirely.
Anyway, let me hear from Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to follow from what you said, these documents are deposited in our pigeonholes. For members to assess them, and if there are any corrections to be effected, when you come to the floor, you draw attention to say. But it's been there, and at any given time, a member who is not even here, when he notices a mistake or an error, can go to the team office and have it cleaned up. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure that I'll have to waste much time on this.
Speaker, I will need to get this any further.
Very well. So, the official report is with us. Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 17 June 2022 is hereby recorded as the true proceedings and is hereby adopted. Well. We turn to item number 5. Item number 5, question time. We have 14 questions. And well. Let me invite Honourable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Honourable members. Very well. So we will begin with the Honourable Minister for Trade and Industry. He has 4 questions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions to answer. And honourable members, as we have been echoing, we have only 1 hour to deal with question time. And therefore, if the question is constituency specific, we will only limit it to the owner of the questions. And if the question is general, we may admit 2 supplementary questions from the owner, and we will manage the supplementary questions in order that you'll be able to make it within the 1 hour period. So, Honorable Minister for Trade has taken his appropriate seat. We will therefore invite Honorable Member for Bole Bamboy to start with his question on question 730. Question 730. Yes, Honorable Member. You may now.
I'm grateful for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what accounts for the high cement prices recently. Thank you.
Yeah, respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of the main raw material for the manufacturing of cement, which is clinker, an imported product, has experienced significant upward adjustment in the recent past. In addition, Mr. Speaker, as this August House may be aware, the cost of freight globally has also seen a very significant increase. This has largely been occasioned by the disruption in the global supply chain, initially caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequently by the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, the depreciation of our local currency against the United States dollar and the increase in the prices of petroleum products, as well as the cost of electricity, have also contributed to the high cost of production of cement. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the supply of bags for cement has also been disrupted as a result of the conflict. Mr. Speaker, these factors account for the increases in the prices of cement in the local market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, reading from the Minister's answer, I can say that he has enumerated internal factors as well as external factors accounting for the high prices of cement of recent times. As a minister responsible for trade and industry, what policies or recommendations have you made to the Minister of Finance or the government in order that we are able to handle the internal problems? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Economic Management Team and Cabinet are currently considering a series of measures that would address some of the internal factors that have been alluded to by the Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you have last supplementary question. Honourable Member, I said 2 supplementary questions for the owner of the question.
I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, reading from the Minister's answer, especially paragraph 2, he cited COVID-19 pandemic, as well as Russia-Ukraine conflict as part of the problem. We live in a global world, and I've just done some comparative analysis of price of cement within the sub-region. And so in Nigeria, cement is sold at $5.1 US, the equivalent of it. $5.95 in Zambia, and Ghana, as we speak, is about $7.2. It tells you that, given the reason that Russia, Ukraine, as well as COVID-19 is partly the cause of this, something could have been done about it. What have your government done about it, so that we become comparative within the sub-region? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, regrettably, I'm not in a position to validate the information that has been provided by the honourable member. Be that as it may, I know for a fact that the ex-factory price that he has quoted is not consistent with the records that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, very well. We move to question 1040. Question 1040. And the question stands in the same member for Bori Bamboy. Yes, honourable member,
Mr. Speaker,
you may ask your second substantive question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we have so many coaches around this.
Honourable member, is that your issue?
And we'll see where they'll be able to score or not. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry the state of the Commander Sugar Factory. The state of the Commander Sugar Factory. What is the state of it as we speak? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Commander Sugar Factory is currently undergoing major retooling and repair works, which is about 98% complete, with a projection to undertake a production test run by the end of July this year. Mr. Speaker, the following works have been completed or are at final stages of completion. 1. Installation of a new pipeline to and from the plant to the molasses tank is 100% complete. 2. Refractories and lagging work in boiler furnace and chimneys are 100% complete. 3. Vacuum and water testing at boiler house has been completed. The boiler has started working and steam pressure test is ongoing for the turbine to generate power of roughly 3 megawatts electricity output. 4. Equipment and machinery at the mill house, boiler and power sections have all been overhauled, repaired, and components replaced where necessary. Raw sugar refining units, the maintenance and spare parts replacement and refining has been completed and enhanced from 8 to 10 tons per hour, which is the current capacity, to 16 to 20 tons per hour. 5. Electrical and instrumentation work with all the motors and the boiler section have been maintained and repaired. 6. Construction of a new water reservoir of 2 million litre capacity has been completed, and this is an enhancement from the existing reservoir of 150,000 ton capacity which was inherited. 7. Sandblasting to remove rust and prevent further corrosion of equipment to maintain the integrity of all the metal surfaces at the factory has been completed. 8. Construction of new chemical storage warehouse, new canteen, new washrooms for both genders are ongoing. 9. New warehouse for raw sugar, which will have jumbo bag of between 1 ton to 5,000 tons capacity for the storage of sugar is currently ongoing. 10. New bagasse carrier platform construction work has been completed. 11. The turbine for electricity production has been overhauled and it is currently under production tests. Mr. Speaker, with respect to civil works, the whole factory building and warehouse have been re-roofed to stop leakages and corrosion. Raw material warehouse, as well as the fencing of the entire factory premises, are currently under construction. Mr. Speaker, 4 acres of nursery land has been prepared for the cultivation of sugarcane to support sugarcane development in the catchment area. There are further plans to expand it to 500 acres after the commencement of operations. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the board of the company is finalizing negotiations with traditional authorities to secure about 20,000 acres of land required for the plantation development in the Sechle Obuasi and Sechle Himang area in the Wasa East District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, I think it's an elaborate answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister introduced a strategic investor a couple of months ago to the people of Komenda, and he told us that they went through a rigorous process in selecting that strategic investor. What it meant is that some money would have been spent through the procurement process and even traveling to introduce that investor to the people of Komenda Sugar Factory. Today, nothing is said about that strategic investor. Will the minister agree with me that if the investor is no more the one going to do this project, then some money would have been lost, and that will amount to causing financial loss to the state? Thank you.
Minister, are you minded to respond to this question? No, I'm saying whether he's minded, because the supplementary question was a bit deviated from the main question. That's why I'm saying if the minister is minded to answer, fine. Other than that, yes, the minister is minded to respond to you. So let's allow the minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I am in difficulty in appreciating the import of the question of the Honourable Member. The process of engaging a strategic investor is managed by a transaction advisor, and that is a standard process for competitive bidding of any project. I'm not sure I understand what the issue in respect of financial loss is coming from. At any rate, when the previous government failed to commission successfully the factory, they had gone through another process of engaging a transaction advisor to attract a strategic investor for the project. Unfortunately, that process was aborted because the strategic investor who went through the process failed to fulfill the commitments that he had made. Would that also amount to a case of financial loss for going through the normal process of attracting a strategic investor? I leave that to the judgment of the Honourable Member. Thank you.
I'm very certain that I am the one to ask the minister questions. I am the member of parliament representing the people of Bole Bamboy, and it is my responsibility to question people in the executive. And so if I've asked the minister a question, it is for him to answer me and not to ask me questions. And I expect that Mr. Speaker will intervene.
Honourable Member. You see, that's why I said your question was a bit deviated, the way you ended your question. So, Honourable Member, you may have your second supplementary question.
I'm just asking that It is not the minister to ask me questions.
Honorable member.
I am the one
Honorable
asking
member.
questions.
Honorable
I want
member.
that to be on record before I move on to my second.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm saying, as your second supplementary question.
The minister in his response, paragraph 1, said the company is undergoing some retooling. I want to find out from him the role of West Africa Agrotech in this whole business, how much is costing the states in all the activities that they are going through. Thank you.
Honorable member, I think I will not be demanding so much from you if I ask you to file a separate question, because to ask the minister to how much it has cost the state, he needs to actually sit down to do some calculations.
Mr. Speaker, it's just like telling me to go and organize a press conference. Oh, the minister is here. I have asked him questions. If the minister is unable to speak, the minister will tell you. How much has it cost us to renovate the Commander Sugar Factory?
Honorable member.
Is that a crime?
Honorable member, you know very well that the supplementary question must not deviate from the main substantive question. So if you are eliciting something from the minister for which he has not prepared for it,
then you should tell me.
No, I don't need to allow the minister to complain or not. But if the question, supplementary question, is far deviated from the main one, then obviously it's my duty to guide the process.
Mr.
So
Speaker,
I'm saying,
let me reframe my question.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, the minister in his response, paragraph 1, said that the company is going through some retooling, and that work, which is about 98% complete. I want to find out what is the role of West Africa Agrotech in this retooling process. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when I last appeared before this August House, I gave an indication of the state of negotiations between the transaction advisor and the strategic investor that had been approved by Cabinet. And I did indicate, and this is a house of records, and the record is available for verification. I did indicate that giving the transaction advisor and the strategic investor up to the end of August to complete the negotiations. They were unable to do so. And so the ministry asked the board of directors of the company to take over the management and operation of the company and engage a management contractor to undertake the revival and revamping of the operations of the company. And so the matter is very clear. As a responsible government, if it is impossible for reasons which hopefully will be unveiled in the near future, if it is impossible to attract a strategic investor to revive the factory to support the economic development of the area, as a responsible government, we still have to make an effort. And so we've asked the board and management to attract the services of a management contractor, a technical contractor, to undertake the work of revamping the operations. And that is what has been done by the board and management of the company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, you have exhausted your
Speaker, my question is not answered. I just asked, what role is West Africa Agrotech playing in this business? That's not what I heard.
Very well, Honourable. He said he didn't hear the answer he was saying. So if you...
Mr. Speaker, management contractor that I was referring to is the same company that the honorable member is referring to.
Leader, I'm coming. Let me go to solar first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, the last paragraph, he indicates 4 acres of nursery land has been prepared for the cultivation of sugarcane to support sugarcane development in the catchment area. Will the minister be kind enough to tell us when exactly the cultivation of the sugarcane will begin? When? Timelines, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, did you get the question? He wants to know the timelines when the sugarcane will be planted. Honorable Sola, may you repeat your question, please?
Mr. Speaker, I refer to his last paragraph of the answer he gave. Mr. Speaker, 4 acres of nursery land has been prepared for the cultivation of sugarcane to support sugarcane development in the catchment area. My question is, when exactly will the cultivation of the sugarcane be started? When should we expect government to start with the cultivation of the sugarcane? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the practice in the industry is for a nursery to be developed and the plants transplanted into the plantation. So we have a production plan that will move the nursery into the main plantation. I cannot provide all the exact details of the timing for the plantation development, but it's a process, and we have all the information available as to the roadmap for the plantation development for the factory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Okankwe Central. You are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister that sometime in 2016, a bag of sugar was displayed to the good people of this country as having been produced from the factory. National television. What happened afterwards? We want to know what happened to that bag of sugar. Thank you.
Honorable member for Okankwe Central. I think I will not be wrong if I ask you to file. You ask separate questions. Yes, leader. Let me come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister that the management consultant, the one you referred to, management contractor that has been engaged by the board for the Commander Sugar Factory, is it a foreign company or a Ghanaian company? If it is a foreign company, has it been brought to Parliament for approval?
Leader, may you repeat your question?
My question is that the management contractor that has been engaged by the board for the Commander Sugar Factory, is it a foreign company? If it is a foreign company, has it been brought to Parliament for approval? That's my question.
Very well, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the honourable member that the company that is under reference is a limited liability company, and any transactions in respect of what is done to revive the company is not a matter or subject for parliamentary inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly, the commander The Commander Sugar Factory is a very important strategic factory, not only for the people of Commander, but for Ghana.
Honorable members, please, let's listen. Very important, please.
The Speaker, I was saying that the Commander Sugar Factory is a very strategic and very important factory, not only for the people of Commander, but for Ghana. Mr. Speaker, sugar cultivation, cane sugar cultivation, really relies on large tracts of land. But we do know that at Commander itself, about 20% of the land that was meant for sugar cultivation has been taken over for other developments. Indeed, the outgrower farms have all been converted to other uses. Oil palm. May I tell?
Is that asking the person or is lecturing us?
Please, we are not in a marketplace. Would you respect order?
Honorable member, please allow me to manage the house.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member for Lembele, you just walk in. You don't even know what is going on. Please, kindly allow me to manage the house, please. Yes, leader, let me hear you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, to remind my colleague that the admissibility of a question lies in the bosom of the Speaker and not you. Mr. Speaker, I was just saying that outgrower farms have also been converted to oil palm production. And we also do know that electricity is a vital cog in the production of sugar. Mr. Speaker, again, raw water that was used for irrigation, taken from Beposo, is now so polluted and contaminated. There's nowhere in the world where raw water for irrigation is treated.
Honorable members, please. Leader.
It's treated.
Leader, may you ask the person, please? Leader, may you ask the person, please?
Mr. Speaker, given all these factors and the toxicity of the raw water itself, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister. If, in spite of the very strategic nature of the factory, for the people of Commander and indeed for Ghana, how feasible is this factory at this stage of our national development? Mr. Speaker, that's my question.
Minister, if you are minded to respond to the leader, fine. If he's minded, I said if the minister is minded. Minister, hold on. Leader, what is it? Please. Okay, you may answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the factors that have been enumerated by the Honorable Majority Leader do in fact constrain the viability, the technical viability and commercial viability of the factory. This is a matter that has been known right from the beginning when this factory was constructed. Additionally, from the initial findings of a forensic audit report, we are aware that the factory has been valued in the forensic report at an amount of $16.9 million US, as against a book value that was inherited of over 36 million US dollars. And that has been a major problem in finding a strategic investor to run and manage and invest in this factory. And the matter is before Yoko. They are undertaking further investigations in this matter. And it will probably help us to understand the difficulties that we've had both in the era of the previous government and the current government in finding a strategic investor to take over the factory at the cost that of the book value of the factory as it is now. But be that as it may, in spite of all the challenges that the majority leader has alluded to, and in spite of the fact that we have this difference in valuation, as a responsible government, we have no choice but to do what we can to ensure that the people of Komenda and the adjoining communities have the benefit of the revival of the factory. And that is what the government is now currently attempting to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ayumi, I think we've had
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
enough. I haven't called you. I'm just
Mr. Speaker,
trying
coming from the...
I'm saying, please allow me to move on because we've had enough on this particular issue. So let me come to 1041. 1041. And the question stands in the same member, Honorable Member for Bole Bamboy. Honorable Member, your third substantive question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry the state of the Ghana Trade Fair Center, the state of it as we speak. Thank you.
Yes, respectful Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the trade fair site is undergoing a major redevelopment exercise. And at the core of this transformation is the development of a state-of-the-art, world-class exhibition and convention center, as well as a mixed-use commercial facility which would involve the construction of hotels, corporate offices, and retail and leisure center. Mr. Speaker, the following activities have been completed in respect of the redevelopment exercise. 1, the project concept and master plan design has been finalized. 2, the land title has been secured, which was inhibiting the attraction of investors into this project. 3, the site has been cleared in readiness for construction works to commence. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Trade Fair Company is currently engaged with private sector investors in coming to a financial close for the syndication of the financing for the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member, any further question?
Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 2, the Minister listed some activities that have already been completed. What it meant is that some architect or some contractor has been procured to do this. I want to find out who this contractor is and whether or not you went through the procurement process to select that person and how much has already been paid to the person or company. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I did not indicate in my response that a contractor has been engaged. I did not talk about a contractor. Now, if it is the issue of an architect that has been engaged in the preparation of the project concept and master plan, I'd like respectfully to inform the honorable member that as it is in the case of the Commander Sugar Factory, the Ghana Trade Fair Company is a limited liability company. It's a private company. The ministry does not control the transactions that the private company is engaged in. We have policy oversight of the company, but we don't direct the operational transactions of the company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Speaker, this is very revealing. If it is a limited liability company, whether government access is given to it or not, they don't account to government. It's on record. My second question, supplementary question, has to do with the legal firm that is involved in this whole transaction. Which legal firm is involved in this transaction? Whether you've gone through the procurement process to select them and how much has already been paid to them. Thank you.
My brother, Honorable Member, may you repeat the question? I didn't get the question well.
Yes, because it's because he was speaking, he's speaking with his coach. You see, coach. So he's not listening. Let him finish before I ask.
Honorable Member for Boleman Boy, you may ask your question.
Coach is down, so I can ask.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, can you kindly advise the majority leader to leave the minister alone so that he can listen to the question when it's being asked? You are taking his attention from the question, engaging him, and that is delaying the work of the House.
Yes, Honorable Member for Boleman Boy, you may repeat your question.
Yes, because my question is that the Ghana Trade Fair Center is in court with some individuals, and there is a legal. There's a legal firm that is representing government, and for that matter, the Trade Fair Center. I want to find out how that legal firm was recruited and whether or not some monies have been paid to them already by government. Thank you.
Honorable Member, you always end your question with a lot of controversy. That is my own observation anyway. So,
yes,
Honorable Minister, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am not aware of the transaction that the honourable member is referring to, but be that as it may, my understanding is that it does not lie within the authority of the ministry to be interrogating that matter. If the company is a limited liability company but owned 100% by government, there's a committee that has responsibility for interrogating such issues. There's a committee on employment and social welfare that has responsibility for interrogating these matters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let him come to Honorable Member for. Are you sure? Okay, let me give you your last slot.
My last supplementary question is that when the Trade Fair Center was demolished, we had some people who were fully engaged before it was demolished. I want to find out whether government has compensated them or whether or not they've been given some job so that they can survive. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable, you may answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the matter of compensation is currently the subject of discussions between the board and management of the Trade Fair Company and those that have been affected. I'm aware that they are currently having discussions in respect of compensation, if any. I do not want to stand before this august house to be making declarations on matters relating to transactions between the trade fair company, a private company, and tenants who may have issues with the trade fair company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member, you may want to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my question was partially addressed, but as part of the redevelopment, as the minister is aware, there was a lot of demolition of assets of individuals, and it's taken almost 4 years. In hindsight, nothing is really going on there. In hindsight, does the minister think that a lot of steps should have been taken to protect assets of individuals that really have not had any compensation and, quite frankly, are impoverished because of those actions? In hindsight.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, Leader.
Yeah.
Hey, what is this? Are we in a market place?
The cameras are capturing you. And people are watching.
Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, he is asking a supplementary question. And the supplementary question must abide by the rules. But, Mr. Speaker, if you read 67F, 1F, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy colleagues on the other side agree with me, though they are not speaking into the mic, but they agree with me that I'm on the right path. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I may want to read this provision aloud. A question shall not be asked which makes or implies a charge. A question shall not be solicit the expression of an opinion or the solution of an abstract legal case or hypothetical proposition. Mr. Speaker, I contend that the nature, form, and substance of the question so as falls squarely within this particular provision, which sins against the rules governing supplementary questions. Mr. Speaker, I do not want my colleague to unduly debate this matter because, Mr. Speaker, it would take him nowhere. The question, Mr. Speaker, is completely out of order, and I submit that, Mr. Speaker, would consider favorably the position I've taken, and guided as such, you rule him out of order, Mr. Speaker.
Well.
Before you make a ruling on this, I just want to draw your attention to the earlier position where the majority leader was completely against the rules of this house. You kept quiet, and you approved that his question should be asked, should be answered. I want to draw your attention so that you use the same measure.
Well. My ruling is that if the minister is minded to respond to he may do so. That is my ruling. If the minister has an information to respond to the question, let him do so.
Mr. Speaker, I thought that you rule on the matter that you should ask the minister should answer the question or not.
No.
By pushing it to the minister to decide.
Yes.
That will not be fair to the member who has the question. So if you say that the minister should not answer the question, we will know that the speaker directed that.
Honorable Leader, as we all say, this house is a house of records. So if the minister has not prepared to respond to a particular question, I wouldn't force him if it is outside the main substantive question. So that is why I'm using the discretion. If he may, if he is minded to respond, probably he has an information for the whole nation. That's why I'm saying if he is minded, he may respond. Other than that, if he's not prepared for it, I will ask the questioner to come with a substantive question. So, Minister, you may.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that the honourable member is seeking my opinion on this matter, and ordinarily I would not have been minded to respond to it. However, following your guidance, that for the sake of the elucidation on the matter, that I can contribute what I think is the case. Honourable member, I think you are aware that the relationship between the tenants and this private company is or was regulated by tenancy agreements. And that has been the basis for the negotiations and the discussions in respect of whether there were any wrongful acts in rejecting tenants at the trade fair site. So these are matters that have to be considered within the context of the agreement. And I do not think that as a minister that I should make a judgment on this matter between two parties, independent parties that are regulated by a tenancy agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give the last lot to Honourable Member for Bill.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister whether, considering the critical role that the Ghana Trade Fair Company plays in the working of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, he has been following the operations and activities of this company in relation to this current development, to be sure that they don't do anything untoward.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in actual fact, the Cabinet established an interministerial committee to have oversight responsibility for this redevelopment exercise of the Ghana Trade Fair Company. And I'm a member, and actually I'm the chair of this interministerial committee. Yes, so we provide strategic direction and we have oversight for the redevelopment exercise. But this does not require us to get into decisions in respect of the transactions undertaking redevelopment. So we are involved. There's an intermission of which I'm a member.
Very well. We move to question number 1103. Question number 1103. And the question stands in the name of a member for Wa Central. Wa Central. Honorable Dr. Hassan Rashid Pelpu. Yes. Are you a member for Wa Central? I thought you are Wa West.
Right Honourable Speaker, the unavoidable absence of Dr. Rashid Pelpu, he also called that I asked the question on his behalf.
Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry, how many districts in the Upper West region have benefited from the One District, One Factory program with functioning factories? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are 8 projects in 4 districts in the Upper West region under the One District, One Factory program. 4 out of these 8 projects are currently in operation. So, Speaker, the projects in the Upper West have been listed in my official response. Mr. Speaker, 3 out of the 8 projects received direct seed capital funding under the Enable Youth component of the 1D1F program, which is funded by the African Development Bank and the IFA for the construction of their factory buildings, as well as the purchase and installation of their processing equipment and machinery. Mr. Speaker, 2 of the companies who have applied for loan facilities are undergoing approval processes with their participating financial institutions. The remaining 1 company has applied to this August House for tax exemptions on duties and levies on imported plant and machinery, which includes wheat milling plant, multi-seed planter, a harvester, storage silos, and prefab steel warehouse. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the company's application is among the applications which have been pending in this House for approval since June 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity for supplementary. Mr. Minister, in your answer, item number 5, Prestige Integrated Agro Company Limited, in 1 municipality, processing wheat. I want to find out, wheat is not a staple food in Ghana, and we don't actually produce wheat in the Upper West region. How sustainable will this factory be in the Upper West region? Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to repeat the question. In your answer, number 5, talking about Prestige Integrated Agro Company Limited in the 1 municipality, you're talking about processing of wheat. We don't produce wheat in the Upper West region. Wheat is not a staple food in the Upper West region. How sustainable is this project? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, regrettably, this is a typographical error, and we'll correct it. Yes. Thank you. It's a combination of maize and millet. It's not wheat.
Very well.
Last one. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I take it that it is not wheat, it's a combination of millet and sorghum. Is that right, Mr. Minister? Millet and maize, okay. The 1D1F policy.
So it means you yourself, you appreciate the fact that there was...
No, I'm not, because we're talking about wheat. So he's giving the clarity. Thank you.
Let's hear your last question.
Mr. Minister, the 1D1F is one of the flagship programs of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And I think he's very conscious about decentralizing the manufacturing industry. Government is supposed to provide some conducive environment. What is government effort? The question, what is government effort in providing the desired environment for the 11 districts in the Upper West region? What is government effort in providing that conducive environment for the 11 districts in the Upper West region for the 1D1F to fly? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about environment, it may have several components. We can talk about incentives, which can be considered as part of the enabling environment that should attract investments into these factories. But beyond that, working with the municipalities and the district assemblies, we also support the companies, the potential companies, with access to industrial lands. We also work with the Ministry of Energy in specific cases to assist in procuring transformers and providing access to water through the Ghana Water Company for these companies. So there are incentives and there are also infrastructure facility support that is facilitated by government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We turn to question
last supplementary, Mr.
question 1195.
Last supplementary, Mr.
Question
Speaker.
1195.
Last supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
We turn to question 1195. Honorable Member for Wenchi. Honorable Member for Wenchi, Honorable Seydou Haruna. Please, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry when the people of Wenchi are going to have their share of 1D1F program, since the area is endowed with the cashew nuts and an abundant tomato factories, which are potential factors of consideration under the policy. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to state from the outset that the One District, One Factory program is demand-driven, but facilitated and actively supported by government to assist the private sector to establish manufacturing enterprises in the 260 districts in the country. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, to date, 2 private sector promoters have confirmed their interest in establishing 1D1F projects in the Wenchi municipality. These are FAPS Enterprise, which is into the processing of maize, and Awariba Company Limited, who are interested in the manufacturing of Portland cement. Both applications are currently going through the review and approval processes which have been established by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the above, the ministry is seeking for funding to assist private sector promoters to revive their abandoned tomato and cashew processing factories in the Wenchi district.
Thank you very much. Honorable Seydou, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Minister's answer, in the second paragraph, he said they are in the process of establishing, that is, approving the facility for FAPS Enterprise and Awariba Company, Ghana Limited. I want to find out from the Minister, how long is the process going to take place to grant access to these 2 companies to get the facility? Thank you.
Minister, did you hear the question? You got it? Or you should repeat it. Honorable Member, please be concise.
Thank you. You said you are in the review and approval process for these 2 companies to get access to the facility. I want to find out from you, or to hear from you, how long is this process going to take place to grant them access to the facility? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are specific requirements that applicants have to respond to, and it depends on the documentation that is provided by the applicant. If all the documentation that is required is provided, the review process should not take more than 3 to 4 months. But I must clarify that even if an applicant goes through the review process in the ministry, we still have to make a reference to one of the participating banks for them also to go through their own credit appraisal process. So whilst I can guarantee the length of time that it will take for us to complete our internal process, Regrettably, I'm not in a position to determine how long the participating bank that will consider the approval for a credit facility, how long that process will take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, your last supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the minister's the last paragraph, he said the ministry is seeking funds to revamp or to revive the tomato and then the abandoned cashew factory. It's a good news for the people of Wanchi, and we pray for the best for this to come to light. The area is endowed with cashew and the mango production. If the ministry is looking for or seeking for funds, if the ministry is seeking for funds to revive these two factories, it's a good news for us. And I wish the ministry all the best for this to come into life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is a constituency-specific question. I will only allow the minority leader to have a bite. Honourable Member, this is a constituency-specific question.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, leader, let me allow him. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. In fact, the question bordering on one district, one factory. Mr. Speaker, I think there's something that is pertaining to every district in the country. In the minister's answer, he's saying the whole project of one district, one factory is demand-driven. I want to find out from the minister, how does the ministry, or if you like the government, advertise for opportunities in various districts for investors to know about the opportunities there? Thank you.
Minister, are you minded to respond to it?
Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege of appearing before this House on several occasions, and I've explained in considerable detail the program framework for the one district, one factory. And my understanding was that it is generally understood that the program is demand-driven. Demand-driven meaning that there has to be a demand from a business promoter for government to escalate the process of supporting that particular promoter. So it has been clear right from the beginning that the one district, one factory program is not intended for government to set up state enterprises. It is intended for government to facilitate and support the private sector to establish enterprises in various districts. So basically, that's the principle underpinning the program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, leader, let me give you the last slot.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister for Trade and Industry whether he is truly in charge of 1D, 1F, or is the Secretariat at the Presidency which is in charge. Mr. Speaker, to find out, this one you are not aspiring to be running with. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out if the minister is truly in charge. I know he is campaigning to be in charge, but I want to find out if at present, are you in charge or is the one you are secretary? Mr. Speaker, but on a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, when Chief Municipal Assembly, 5 years on, is it a question that there is no 1D, 1F, as promised the people of Wenchi under 1D, 1F? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister. Minister, just avoid the earlier comment. Just respond to the last.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I thought I've just explained that the program has to be activated by request from a business promoter. And as I've indicated in my official response, indeed, there are promoters in the Wenchi municipality that have already submitted their interest, and that is going through the review process. So I believe that once they go through the process, we'll support them to be able to access funding from the various financial institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry, on behalf of the House, let me thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer 5 separate questions. Honorable Minister, you are hereby discharged. Let me invite Honorable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. Yes. So the first question to Honorable Minister for Trade, Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development stands in the name of a member for South Dai. South Dai. Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Dafiamapo. Honorable, let's hear you.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. When South Dai.
Honorable member, hold on. I don't know what member for Okanakwe Central, what he wants to let the House hear.
Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to Order 86.1? A member desiring to speak shall rise in his place and address the chair only after catching Mr. Speaker's eye. I want to find out from the member from South Dai, my classmate, whether he's the member for Banda, whether what he's doing sits with the rules of the House.
Very well. Honorable member, leader, you don't need responsibility. Previously, he was an available leader. Now the leaders are here. So, honorable member, go to your seat. And
Mr. Speaker, I am very happy that you recognize the fact that until recently I was the available leader on this side. And I served in that capacity. Mr. Speaker, indeed, when my leaders returned, they asked me to continue. They asked me to carry on.
Honorable Nelson, please go to your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. But Mr. Speaker, it's only fair that you allow me to ask it from where I am. Then I can disengage and go to my place. Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Just ask this question and go back to your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May you live long. Mr. Speaker, my simple question to the Honorable Minister for Local Government, Rural Development and Decentralization is that when would South Dai benefit from the policy of building model markets throughout the country? I thank you.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the concept of model market was initiated by government through the then Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development in collaboration with the Ministries of Finance and Trade and Industry in 2013-2014 to modernize the country's markets. The model market concept sought to redevelop our existing markets with facilities and services including creches, clinics, storage facilities, police and fire service posts, pavements for the floor area, and construction of decent counters. Mr. Speaker, it is worth mentioning that the model market was not a separate scheme with dedicated funding. It is a concept that seeks to ensure that markets in Ghana.
Honorable members, please, let's listen to the minister, please.
It is a concept that seeks to ensure that markets in Ghana have key features and facilities. All metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies can initiate the construction of markets with a piloted model within their jurisdiction, with funding from their discretionary funding sources or through the public-private partnerships arrangements in line with the PPP Act 2020 Act 1039. Mr. Speaker, the South Dine District Assembly may therefore on its own initiative provide model markets within their medium-term development plan and composite budget. Reports from the Assembly indicate that the South Dine District Assembly is currently a beneficiary of an open SITA market shares project with 40 open lockable stores being delivered by the Coastal Development Authority under the then Ministry of Special Development Initiative at Tongo, Germany on 12 August 2021. The market project has been relocated to Peve by the management of the Assembly and the implementing partners in line with the district medium-term development objectives. However, the project specification does not conform to the model market concept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, clearly the answer being provided to this question deviates from the policy position put out by government. The impression was that central government will take its own initiative and build model markets. Model markets meaning that the character and form and nature of the markets will look similar wherever you go. And the understanding is that they come in different forms, large, medium, and small. And so if the impression is that the assemblies will take the initiatives and do that, would his ministry support these assemblies from the center? Or they have to rely on their own resources at the local level to do that? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, yes, the central government, for that matter, the ministry, funding availability will always support projects initiated in their districts. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, your last supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, from paragraph 2 of the minister's answer, there's an indication that the assemblies and other private entities who enter into a PPP agreement to do that. Now, has the ministry developed any modalities for the assemblies to follow when they want to engage in it, or pursuant to Section 4 of the Local Governance Act, they can enter into their own agreements as and when they desire?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, rightly so, the assemblies can go ahead and enter into agreement. Just that, as stated in the same paragraph 2, they should be guided by the PPP Act 2020, Act 1039. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, this is constituency specific, so we move to question 1130. Question 1130. And the question stands in the name of a member for Nkwantanov. Honorable John Kwabena Utibres. Honorable Member for Bill.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is absent and he's giving me his permission to ask the question with your leave.
Did they give you permission?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wisdom Gidisu, I saw you. Did he also give you permission? Yes, Honorable Member for Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government and Decentralization and Rural Development when the abandoned District Assembly Complex project in Nkwantanov will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, may I keep just for us to correct in the second paragraph, it should be April 2022, not April 2020. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Nkwanta North District Assembly Complex was among the assembly blocks construction projects awarded by the Ministry of Local Government and Development on 10 June 2019, scheduled to be completed within 7 months. However, due to challenges in release of funds, the contractor had to wait till December 2019 after advance mobilization was paid. The contractor then took over the site for commencement of the project in January 2020. Mr. Speaker, at the end of April 2022, work on the project is 70% complete. The building has been roofed and work on plastering and window frames have been completed. Report available to the ministry indicates that the assembly is making effort to get the contractor to site to complete work on the Nkwanta North Assembly Complex. It is expected that the project will be completed and handed over by the end of December 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, in the Minister's answer, he indicates that the was awarded by the ministry and the payment is from the ministry. What will the ministry do to aid the assembly in terms of pursuing the contractor to get to site and complete this project?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ministry is fully involved. Can confirm to my honorable colleague that only yesterday I had discussions with the chief executive for the assembly, and earlier on when the contractor left site, he tells me he's trying to make contact with him. But the ministry is also supporting the efforts to make sure that funds are released to the contractor to continue the work through the Disassembly Common Fund. So he can be assured of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Kofi, is it not okay?
Thank you. Speaker, this is just information the MP shared with me that it's true the building has been roofed, but plastering has not been done. And so the minister may have to do some further follow-up to see to it that the speed of work is possibly faster than they are doing, so that the December completion may be met. So I wish to thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move to question 1131. 1131. And the question stands in the name of a member for Cratchel West. Cratchel West. Honorable, are you now Reverend? Reverend Helen Adwantoso. So you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development the reason for naming all the streets in the Karachi West constituency Mango Street.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies have been tasked to adhere to Chapter 2, Section 2.1.5 of the Street Naming and Property Addressing Guideline, which stipulates that in the case of existing streets with no names, the respective Department of Fiscal Planning shall, in consultation with the relevant traditional authorities and community leaders or relevant stakeholders, select a street name in accordance with the requirements set out in Section 2.1.1 of the guideline. As part of the implementation of the National Digital Property Addressing, there was a need to deploy number plates on properties with street names and the Ghana Post GPS address. Hence, the MMDAs were asked to submit or update the streets and property data for collation. Mr. Speaker, some assemblies, including Karachi West Municipal Assembly, were unable to submit their data on their original street names to the National Digital Property Addressing System Secretariat database. As a result, the National Digital Property Addressing Secretariat generated provisional street names to enable the project to meet the expected timelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Helen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is doubting whether all the streets have been named Mango Street. Yeah, I can assure him that every street in Karachi has been named Mango Street or Watermelon. Either Mango or Watermelon Street. My question to the minister is that a look at the last paragraph of his answer states that because the district assembly did not adhere to the directives that were given, they have generated provisional street names to enable the project to meet the expected timelines. My question to the minister is that since they did not, that this assembly was not able to do that, will the minister allow us to have a stakeholders meeting with our chiefs and opinion leaders to be able to give them names for them to replace with the Mango Street and Watermelon Street that they have given the people of Karachi West constituency?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Exactly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as indicated in the answer, by the guidelines that there should be consultation with the relevant traditional authorities, community leaders, and all stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that in preparation for this answer to this question, I had a chat with the district chief executive, and he assures me that they've started the consultations in this regard. So I will respectfully request my honorable colleague to keep in touch, to get in touch with the assembly, so that in the consultations with the stakeholders, they will all come out with the appropriate names that will befit the district assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, on behalf of the House, I'd like to thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer questions from members. You are hereby discharged. Now let me invite the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. So I move to question 1067. But before Honorable Member for Adaku asks his question, Honorable Members, let me acknowledge the presence of a guest from our sister parliament from Malawi, who are here, and they are in the presence of the House. So I'd like to introduce them. They are Mr. Sunge Kalimo. He is a clerk assistant committee section. We have Mr. Raphael Kapala Mula, also clerk assistant table office. We have Mr. Lim Bikani Chisi, also senior assistant audiovisual production officer. We have Ms. Sangwani Philly, principal budget analyst, head of budget office. We have Ms. Finnes Imwafuliwa, senior budget analyst. We have Ms. Judith Sikaloka, clerk assistant table office. We have Ms. Wongani Nilinda, clerk assistant committee section. And finally, we have Ms. Melly Inkata, clerk assistant committee session. You are welcome to Ghana and you are welcome to Parliament of Ghana. So feel free and feel at home. So, Honorable Member for Adaku, you may now ask question 1067. Question 1067.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister responsible for lands and natural resources. If government compulsorily acquired landed properties that form the site on which the National Cathedral is being built, if so, has government fully compensated the previous owners as required by law?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the land on which the National Cathedral is being constructed, measuring approximately 16.26 acres, forms part of a large tract of land acquired by the state in 1910 by a certificate of title dated 29 September 1910. In accordance with Section 3 of the Public Lands Ordinance 1876, Cap 134, the applicable law at the time, compensation was fully paid to the pre-acquisition owners. The land is therefore a public land vested in the President of the Republic on behalf of and in trust for the people of Ghana, in accordance with Article 2571 of our National Constitution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for the Query supplementary question.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and I thank our colleague for providing the answer. Mr. Speaker, on the 27th of August 2018, the Deputy Minister for Information, Honorable Pius Ajide, said this in an interview to City FM, and I quote, compensation for land and judges relocation to be absorbed by National Cathedral sponsors. Mr. Speaker, this is a minister saying that they acknowledge that government will pay compensation, but the minister is here telling us that compensation has already been paid in 1910. Can the minister reconcile what the Deputy Minister for Information said about compensation and what he is saying today about compensation of people on that land.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, with the greatest of respect, as I said in my answer, Article 257 of the Constitution vests public lands in the President. The person who exercises delegated responsibilities on behalf of the President is my modest self. And Lands Commission is a repository of records when it comes to lands in Ghana. And that's why I did not just give an answer to say compensation has been paid, but I even cited the law under which compensation was paid. May I respectfully invite my colleague to have confidence in what I'm saying. Compensation was paid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So,
Honorable Speaker, this is a house of record. Can we therefore say that what the Deputy Minister said publicly was inaccurate? Because you said we should trust what you are saying, and I have no doubt that you have a better record. Can we therefore take it that what Honorable Hajide said to CTFM on the 27th of August 2018 is false information?
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, the question has been answered. He says what he is saying, just have faith in him. It means whoever said it elsewhere. This is house of record.
I am not satisfied with that. I just want it to be on record that he is saying that his record is.
Honorable Member, your question has been answered. Take it. You just answered your question.
Mr. Speaker, let me move on to. I will take it that yes, the Deputy Minister didn't tell the truth to the public. But that is my view. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
go on with
Mr. Speaker. This is not a constituency-specific question, so I'll leave one of my questions for my colleague, with your indulgence, Honorable Blackwell, because it's very important. We have documents suggesting that the same land commission that we all trust has given authorization for an individual or an entity to own land there, and during the construction, before the construction of the cathedral started, that entity was written to by your good self saying that we are taking over your land. If indeed what you have said is true, that is, you have already paid compensation in 1910, how come you are now taking over a land that belongs to yourself? Why are you taking land back from yourself, Mr. Speaker? From them, Honorable Okujeto Black will provide details of that document so that the Minister can reconcile.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, let me respond to this very respectfully and modestly, because I think there's a bit of confusion here, and a bit of enlightenment will help. The answer I have given relates to compensation to pre-acquisition owners. So governments all over since independence acquire land compulsorily. Article 20 of the Constitution says the parameters, the remit within which land can be acquired compulsorily. When the land is acquired compulsorily, it becomes public land. You pay compensation to pre-acquisition owners. The government itself can create third-party interest. So the government can grant leases, the government can grant interest to third parties. If the government turns around to use the land for other public purposes, there will be an issue of compensation again, which is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to believe that the former Deputy Minister was not in error. The former Deputy Minister, from what you read yourself, was compensation will be paid. I'm talking about compensation having been paid to pre-acquisition owners. If there's an issue about third-party encumbrances for which questions are being asked about compensation, that's a different matter. There are two different matters: pre-acquisition owners compensations and third-party encumbrances for which compensation may have to be paid again if government were to take over the land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, my question never made reference to pre-acquisition. My question talked about something that is happening currently. The National Cathedral is being built currently. I'm not talking about pre-acquisition, so I'm not sure why your answer is predetermined in the colonial era. I'm talking about now. So are you saying that you do not owe any individual or entity compensation as a result of a takeover of land, a parcel of land upon which the cathedral is being built?
Yes, Honorable Minister, you may respond. He said the question is in respect of now, not pre-acquisition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the land on which the National Cathedral is being built, the significant, almost the substantial majority, number of occupants on that land were public institutions. And by that I refer to the Passport Office, the Regional Police Commander's residence, the Scholarship Secretariat, the Judiciary had properties on that land. All of these institutions have been relocated. There were 2 private entities on that land, and that is the distinction that I was trying to draw. Those 2 private entities, efforts have been made to relocate them. In fact, as I speak, one of them have been relocated. The second one is in the process of being relocated. So the question of compensation does not even arise. What government is doing, of course, you can say the relocation is compensation, but I mean monetary compensation does not arise. We are relocating all the entities which existed or which occupied the land which is being used for the National Cathedral. A good number of them were public entities, so they've been relocated already. And the private ones are also being relocated as I speak.
Very well. Yes. Honorable Member for North Tongue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources if he is aware that one of the entities, the private entities in question, by name Waterstone Realty Limited, which was offered land for relocation by the Lands Commission dated 12 August 2020. Almost 2 years now, they have not been able to take possession of that property. And indeed, they have served notice. I see the letter here from their lawyers to the Attorney General that they are proceeding to court. Is the Honourable Minister aware of this situation, and what is he doing to avert any judgment that will further, as it were, create difficulties in this already precarious economic situation we find ourselves as a country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I refrained from mentioning the names of the 2 private institutions in my answer because I was not particularly sure whether they will want to be involved or brought into these matters of controversy. I have the full facts before me here, but I deliberately took the view that I shouldn't be mentioning the names of private companies who are seeking to resolve their private business issues with government on the floor of Parliament. But given that the Honourable Member for North Tongue is let the cat out of the bag, Mr. Speaker, let me give the facts to the House. The 2 private institutions were Comsys Ghana Limited and Waterstone Realty Limited. Mr. Speaker, Comsys was given another government property in the same vicinity, and Comsys is being dealt with and settled when it comes to the issues of their land on which the cathedral is being built. Mr. Speaker, Waterstone Realty Limited, which is a company that the Honorable Okudito Ablakwa refers to, was given a property at Rich. However, there were issues of national security which resulted in the company not being able to take over the said property at Roman Ridge. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you now, the Lands Commission is fully engaged with Waterstone Realty Limited in that, with the view of giving them alternative land arrangements so that the matters in issue will be resolved. Mr. Speaker, we are all very familiar with the issues of replacements of land and the issue of comparable values and so on and so forth, and making sure that they are giving land which is of the same value as what they lost. So these are the facts. And Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by assuring the House that the matters to do with the land administration and dealing with issues of land relating to the cathedral are being done responsibly and being done efficiently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable, I'm giving you the last slot in respect of this particular question.
Yes.
So, You have spoken today. Let me give it to Honorable Member for the available leader.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to ask the Minister, the last time the said committee had an engagement with Waterstone, the last time you had any engagement with Waterstone, the last time you had an engagement with Waterstone, and when you think this issue will be resolved?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the exact information as to the last time the Lands Commission engaged Waterstones. Those matters will be within the bosom of the Lands Commission. When will it be resolved, Mr. Speaker? As soon as practicable. As soon as practicable. But I can give the assurance that we will employ our best endeavors to resolve this as quickly as possible, as soon as practicable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We move to question 115. Question 115. And the question stands in the name of a member for Bongo, Honorable Edward Bauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I ask the question, there's a typo here. It's redevelopment and not development. I say before I ask the question, I realize that there's a typo here. It's redevelopment and not development. There's a word. So the question is to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what the redevelopment project of government estates entails. Redevelopment.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since I was notified about this question sometime in March this year, I have read the question over and over and over, but I've still not been able to figure out exactly what the Member of Parliament for Bongo seeks to elicit. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect to the Honourable Member, I am afraid I have to indicate that the question is not properly hinged and is, in fact, incomprehensible. However, Mr. Speaker, out of the abundance of transparency and given my enormous respect for this august House, if I may be allowed to hazard a guess, based on the framing of the question, that the Honourable Member seeks information on government estates that is not within the realm of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The mandate of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, established under Section 11 of the Civil Service Act 1993,
Honourable Minister, are you saying you are guessing the response?
Yes.
Because he himself has indicated that the question has not been captured well. And probably that is why you were not understanding the question. So now you say you are guessing the answer.
Mr. Speaker, the answer I'm giving is the answer of the question on record. And even with the amendment made by my honorable colleague, this answer will still be an answer I rely on.
Very well.
Thank you. However, Mr. Speaker, out of the abundance of transparency and giving my enormous respect for the august House, of this august House, if I may be allowed to hazard a guess, based on the framing of the question, that the honourable member seeks information on redevelopment of government estates. That is not within the realm of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The mandate of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, established under Section 11 of the Civil Service Act 1983, PNDC Law 327, and Paragraph 10 of the Civil Service Ministries Instrument 2021 EI12, is to ensure the sustainable and efficient management of the lands and natural resources of our country for socio-economic development. Government estates, and for that matter, redevelopment of government estates, are within the ambit of the Ministry of Works and Housing, established under Section 11 of PNDC Law 327 and Paragraph 1Q of EI12. And thus, if at all the honourable member wants to inquire about anything relating to redevelopment of government estates, the proper office to do so, I shall submit, Mr. Speaker, is the Ministry of Works and Housing, and not that of Lands and Natural Resources. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So, honourable member, will you redirect?
Yes, I'm going to.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, on the 20th of January 2022,
the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, in the person of Honorable Benito, is reported by the PR unit of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Mr. Speaker, with your permission, says, the caption is, government approves redevelopment project of government estates. And this is what the first paragraph says. Honorable Benito Owusu-Bio, the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources in charge of lands and forestry, says government has given the approval for the ministry to embark on a redevelopment agenda of government estates in various regions of the country. Then there's another paragraph just to show where the minister himself is involved. Says that Honorable Benito said, the sector minister, Honorable Samuel A. Jinapo, has his focus on issues relating to the lands, particularly this year. And this redevelopment agenda is one of the first projects he intends to work on, adding that the minister's focal areas for the year 2022 are Cape Coast, Sekendi Takrade, and Tamale. My question again is, what does this project entail?
Honorable member, I think I will ask you to read that very well. So, Minister, if you are minded to respond, fine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, respectfully, I think there will be the need for some enlightenment on this particular issue. Redevelopment of government bungalows, as I said in my answer, is within the remit of the Ministry of Works and Housing. Mr. Speaker, I don't formulate the various mandates of the ministry. That's why I took pains to set out the provisions of government architecture and the various mandates of the ministries. The Ministry of Works and Housing is responsible for government estates, their redevelopment bill, and I think that is right. We don't have to squabble over that. Mr. Speaker, when the Minister for Agriculture wants to have an agricultural farm, he needs land. The Ministry of Lands will come in. When Parliament wants to build offices and they need land, the Ministry of Lands will come in. So when the Ministry of Works and Housing wants to engage in redevelopment of estates, they are required to use land. It's called land use. The Ministry of Lands will come in. So when the minister talks about approval of redevelopment of government lands, he's very right in saying so. It doesn't change the mandate of the Ministry of Works and Housing or the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources comes into play in relation to redevelopment schemes or estate only to the extent of land use, just as it will be if it was an agricultural purposes. That does not change the mandate of various ministries. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, by reiterating and doing so very vehemently that the mandate for redevelopment of estates is within the four corners of the Ministry of Works and Housing, not lands and natural resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the whole idea of trying to avoid the response, or maybe give a response to this question, is the general public is watching this. However, what is the role of your ministry, particularly, in this whole redevelopment agenda? What is your role? If at the end of the day you think that the redevelopment of estates and other things is for the Ministry of Works and Housing, what is your specific role in this particular? Because your deputy minister was the one who said it and indicated that this year your focus as a sector minister, your focus as a sector minister was to deal with Cape Coast, Sekendi Takrade, and Tamale. What is it that you are going to focus on? What is it?
Mr. Speaker, what the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources will be interested in is the optimal use of land. It's the optimal use of land. So that's what the Minister for the Honorable Benito is talking about, is the optimal use of land. That does not make the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources have oversight when it comes to redevelopment of government estates. So let me just conclude by giving a classic example. Mr. Speaker, in the First Republic, a lot of lands were acquired for agricultural purposes in the outskirts of Accra. Today, most of those lands have been urbanized. If the Ministry of Agriculture wants to change the use of that land, the Ministry of Lands comes in as a title holder of the lands, given that they are public lands. It doesn't mean the Ministry of Lands becomes the ministry responsible for agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I'm struggling to help my friend, but I don't know how to explain.
So that is why initially I didn't want you to even respond to those questions. But be that is me, is fine. So we move to question 1118. Question 1118. Honorable members, we move to question 1118. Honorable member for Timpani, Honorable Lydia Lamesi Akavaliba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Please, I rise to ask the Minister for Land and Natural Resources the state of the 5 million trees planted on the 11th of June 2021, the Green Ghana Day, and what was the total cost of the project? Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the importance of trees to our survival and the survival of the planet cannot be overemphasized. They prevent erosion, protect river bodies from siltation and drying up. Unfortunately, our forests are being depleted at an alarming rate. Some 80 years ago, half of the Earth's surface was covered by forests. Today, forests cover less than 30% of the Earth's surface. Here in our country, we have lost over 100,000 acres of natural forests in the last decade alone. With the climate crisis reaching its tipping point, forests, also known as code, the lungs of the earth, end code, have a crucial role to play in the sustainability of our planet and our survival. It is for this reason that the government of President Akufo-Addo has committed to an aggressive afforestation and reforestation program to restore our lost forest cover and contribute to global climate action. One of such initiatives is the Green Ghana Day, launched this year to create enhanced national awareness of the necessity for collective action towards restoration of degraded forests in our country. So, Speaker, on the maiden day of the Green Ghana Day, June 11, 2021, led by the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and supported by all Ghanaians and persons living in Ghana, including Mr. Speaker and members of this august House, some 7 million trees were planted across the country. Mr. Speaker, field monitoring assessments conducted by the National Investigations Bureau, NIB, and the Forestry Commission indicate that about 80% of these trees have survived and are doing well. Mr. Speaker, as I've already informed the House when I appeared on Monday, 2nd August 2021, as captured in columns 223 and 232 of the Hansard for the day, the Forestry Commission produced a total of 1,010,000 seedlings from the nurseries of the Forest Services Commission, and 600,000 seedlings were received in the forms of donations. Since the target was to plant a minimum of 5 million trees, the Commission had to purchase additional seedlings to ensure the availability of seedlings for planting. A total of 5,408,534 seedlings were procured at a cost of 12,796,615 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown is provided in this answer, and I want Hansa to capture safe. Mr. Speaker, an audited account shows that the Forestry Commission spent some 2 million Ghana cedis on production of their seedlings and the mobilization and distribution of the 7 million seedlings across the country. 5 million Ghana cedis, 219,775 Ghana cedis, and 70 pesos was spent on operations and logistics, including the planning and organization of the Green Ghana launch and the Green Ghana Day. So, Speaker, at the appropriate time, the state agencies responsible for auditing accounts will undertake their work, and as required by law, the audited accounts will be made available to this august House. So, Speaker, yes, it is important to ask about the cost of the Green Ghana Day. Yes, it is important to ask for value for money. It is important to ensure that the procurement laws are followed. And yes, it is important to ensure that every penny of the taxpayers' money spent is accounted for, and I fully associate with the enquiries of my honorable colleague for Timpani. But that said, we must also not lose sight of the importance of this noble undertaking, which forms a major part of our fight against climate change and its debilitating consequences on lives and livelihoods, including perennial floods and droughts. We must all therefore support this initiative, continue to plant trees, and nurture them to maturity. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to thank you and the House for your continued support to this national undertaking. Report from the Forestry Commission indicates that for this year's project, although the target was to plant 20 million trees, as at the end of the Green Ghana Day, June 10, 2022, we have distributed 22,671,696 seedlings across the country. Mr. Speaker, the many years of inaction have made the urgency of tree planting more important now than ever, and government is committed through the Green Ghana project to restore our lost forest cover and contribute to global action against climate change. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Lydia, let's hear you on your supplementary question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm most grateful to the Minister for his elaborate answer. But Honorable Minister, I want to find out from you, how was the distribution of the different kinds of seedlings done, taking into consideration the different ecological environments and their unique suitability for the plants? Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honorable colleague from Timpani for this very important question and for her passion in our efforts to restore the forest cover of our country. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated the last time I was here to make a statement on Green Ghana Day, the Forestry Commission had a technical committee which did the assessment and the evaluation as to which seedlings should be sent to which part of our country. So the conclusion was reached based on technical advice as to what should be sent to, say, northern Ghana, and the seedlings which will thrive in northern Ghana, what should be sent to central region, what should be sent to Ashanti region, and so on and so forth. And therefore, the 5 million seedlings which were distributed for the maiden edition of Green Ghana Day, Mr. Speaker, as well as the 22 million plus seedlings which have been distributed for this year's edition of Green Ghana Day, this technical advice was taken into account, and that is how the seedlings were shared across the country. And I want to believe that we will be able to nurture these seedlings to maturity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your last question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Minister, in your answer, you stated the importance of trees in our environment or in this country. I would like to find out from you whether you consider collaborating with the MMDAs to make tree planting a requirement for the issuance of permits for the construction of houses and other buildings in the country. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that I will take up with the Minister for Local Government since he has mandate for it. But I see the validity and the wisdom in the proposal that the Honourable Member for Timpani has put on the table. And I will take it up with the Minister for Local Government since it is his ministry that issues permits for construction of buildings in our country. But it's a very important proposal that she's made. I definitely will do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's come to Saudai on question 1242. 1242. Yes, Honorable Robson, let's hear you.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I rise to...
I didn't see her.
Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources how much money has been paid and to how many verified claimants as far as the Temakusombo in Pakadai railway project is concerned. Speaker, thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the site for the Tema Akosombo Mpakadan Railway Development Project was compulsorily acquired by government under the state lands, Afienya, New Akradi, Greater Accra, and Eastern Regions. Site for single standard gauge railway line, Ghana Railway Development Authority Limited Instrument 2018 EI-10. Compensation for the land is being paid by the beneficiary institutions of the land, which is the Ghana Railway Authority, under the Ministry of Railway Development, established under Section 11 of the Civil Service Act 1993 and Paragraph 1T of the Civil Service Ministries Instrument EI-12. The Lands Commission has assessed the value of compensation payable to the pre-acquisition owners. However, the verification of claimants and the payment of compensation is being done by the Ghana Railway Authority, the beneficiary of the acquisition. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, therefore, has no information on the number of claimants verified and how much has been paid in respect of the acquisition. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Will the minister be kind enough to at least tell the House the number of the claimants the Lands Commission determined? Not verified, but the number of claimants they determined and forwarded to the Ministry of Railways through the Railway Authority for purposes of payment.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my answer, the procedure is that the beneficiary institution is responsible for the payment of compensation in this particular case based on the legislation which occasioned this compulsory acquisition. Mr. Speaker, sections 250 and 253 of the New Land Act, Act 1036, mandates the Lands Commission to assess the compensation, the value of the compensation. But the beneficiary institution is the institution which is responsible for verifying the claimant and also effecting the payment of the compensation. Mr. Speaker, I am aware, I am informed that some 500 claimants have been paid as we speak now. However, the process has not concluded, and therefore I'm unable to give a specific figure as to the number of claimants or exact number of claimants who have been paid compensation. So, Speaker, finally, there are also issues, as is expected, of counterclaims and disputations about who is entitled to what, and even issues of error in site plans, and which the Lands Commission is assisting the Ghana Railway Authority to resolve. So this is still work in progress, and it's just important, or it suffices for me to emphasize that the Lands Commission or the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources remit ends at the point of assessing the compensation. The verification of the claimant and the payment of the claimant, the compensation of the claimant, is done by the beneficiary institution, in this case, the Ghana Railway Authority, and for that matter, the Ministry of Railways Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your last question, please.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Minister informs the House that through the Lands Commission, his ministry was able to assess the value of the compensation payable. And so my point is that you were able to tell the House that at least 500 verified claimants have been paid. But what was the assessed compensation payable done by the Commission and forwarded to the beneficiary agency? That's what I want to know.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member will agree, the Lands Commission here is offering or rendering some kind of statutory service to a client, the client being the Ghana Railway Authority and the Ministry of Railway Development. and indeed the Land Valuation Division of the Lands Commission renders these services to all manner of institutions, some of them private, some public. I am not too sure how the Ministry of Railway Development and, for that matter, the Ghana Railway Authority intends to handle this compensation matter, because there's also the issue of speculation. If I was to come before this House to say that so much is being assessed as compensation, I don't know the implications it will have on the Ghana Railway Authority. May I, Mr. Speaker, respectfully crave the indulgence of my colleague to examine the possibility of seeking more answers from the Ministry of Railway Development. As he will agree with me, the matters to do with the exact compensation, who should be paid, are very much within the bosom of the Ministry of Railway Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We now take the last question. The last question from Honorable Member for Adakuru again.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I am very, very grateful for your indulgence, and then thanking my good friend for making himself available to answer the question. Mr. Speaker, off the record, he is beginning to be compared to the road minister as being diligent in terms of how many times he comes to the House to answer questions. The content of the answers, though, are something we can discuss on another day. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, which government landed properties have been disposed of and transferred to private individuals and entities in Greater Accra region since 2017, and how much each of the properties cost?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, 3rd February 2022, a similar question was asked by Honorable Roxanne Nelson E.K. Dafiamoko, the Honorable Member for Sabdine, on behalf of the Honorable Member for Adaku, Honorable Kwame Governs Agboja, in whose name the question stood. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate in my answer that these transactions are handled by the Regional Lands Commissions established under Article 2601 to perform the functions of the Commission in the regions. I added that in the spirit of transparency and accountability, I was prepared to provide the information requested from 1993 when we ushered in the Fourth Republic till date. I therefore directed the Lands Commission to coordinate with the various regional lands commissions and collate the data for this august House. Mr. Speaker, while working on the question of the Honourable Member, I received notices of other questions relating to the same subject matter. My question 10361, the Honourable Member for Nsawam Aduojiri, Honourable Frank Anodompre, requested for the same information for the period between 2009 and 2016. And by question 1063, the Honourable Member for Ashaman, Honourable Ernest Henry Nogbe, requested for the same information for the 20-year period from 2001 and 2021. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in my answer to this august House on June 7, 2022, I have instructed the Lands Commission to coordinate with the 16 regional lands commissions and collate the information for the House. I notice, however, that this question relates to the Greater Accra region only. But again, as I indicated in my answer on June 7, 2021, only 10% of data in the Greater Accra region has been scanned and digitized. The remaining 90% are manually generated and processed. Officers of the Lands Commission therefore have to manually go through volumes of documents to put the data together. As this question forms part of the earlier question posed by the Honourable Member for Ashaman, which was first in time, and since I have already promised this House to provide the data in respect of that question, which will invariably answer this question, I will respectfully, Mr. Speaker, rely on my answer on June 7, 2022, that the Lands Commission has been directed to collate the data, and same will be provided to this House when ready. I must, however, Mr. Speaker, add candidly that I have been advised by the Lands Commission that with the volume of work involved in this exercise, it may be near impossible to put together this data, at least during the lifetime of this Parliament. It is why government has prioritized the digitization and digitalization of land administration in the country, When this is done, all this information will be available and will be accessible to any person or any citizen anywhere in the country from the comfort of their homes without the need for a parliamentary question. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you very much. Honourable Member, you heard him.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
The question has been answered.
No, Mr. Honourable Speaker, I am totally shocked by the answers provided by the Minister. The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is saying to this country that he is incapable of providing data on landed properties belonging to government, which have then been transferred to individuals or entities, for which compensation have been paid, i.e., you receive money from individuals and entities for compensation of those lands in Greater Accra region alone. And you say that you don't even have the quantum of money that you have received, the amount of, in fact, recently, in fact, just today, he just told us that 2 of those transactions he knows about. The land that was transferred to Comsis, and then the land that was transferred to Waterstones. I mean, a few weeks ago, we know of part of Achimata Forest transferred to somebody else. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister, is he saying that it is not possible, at least the one that the 10% that had been scanned, it's not possible to provide data on landed properties that have been transferred only under your government? You are saying that the Land Commission says it's impossible. Mr. Speaker, can you tell us that it is impossible to give us data on landed properties transferred from 2017 to this day?
Honourable Member Fadaku, I didn't hear the Minister say it's impossible. All the impulse of his answer was to give him time, because it takes a lot of time.
In the lifetime of this Parliament, when Mr. Speaker, it is not possible that the Land Minister does not have data on landed properties transferred only between 2017 and today in a Greater Accra region. It is not possible for him to tell us that.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, first of all, it may be needless for me to say this, but I think it's important I do. I provide these answers very candidly, honestly, and professionally, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry I have to say this. They have no reason, I have no reason to put together answers just to avoid the question posed by the Honourable Member. I have no reason to do that. Mr. Speaker, the question that was posed said I should provide data of all public lands transacted from 2017 to date. My answer, the gravamen of my answer, was that multiple questions have been asked relating to the grant of interest in public lands. And I did indicate that the Honourable Member of Parliament for Nsawama Duajiri is asked that I provide from 2009 to 2021. Somebody asked another question from 1993 to date. And I said, I am working to provide a holistic data to the House from 1993 to date, which will answer all the various questions which have been posed relating to the grant of interest out of public lands. So, therefore, I never, and I want to put that on record, I never said that that data will not be provided, that or cannot be provided. And then I've gone further to indicate that given that the Lands Commission is not digitized, the records of the Lands Commission is not digitized, and thus it is only 10% of records of Greater Accra Regional Lands Commission which is digitized. 90% remained manual. I said that to put together all of this information across the country from 1993 to date may be, I said may be, near impossible to collate it within this lifetime, the lifetime of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I'm just being candid and I'm just saying it as it is. And Mr. Speaker, I'm absolutely happy for my friend, the Honourable Agbozi, to come with me just to the one unit of the Regional Lands Commission of Greater Accra, and he will leave that unit without a shred of doubt that the answer I'm giving to him is the case. Mr. Speaker, anybody who is managed land administration, been involved in land administration in our country, will come to that conclusion. You can speak to some of the ministers from your side who are the ministers for lands and the nature of record keeping at Lands Commission in our country. And that is not the making of this government or some other government. It's the commissions and omissions of various governments in our country over the years. Mr. Speaker, even one transaction to pull data on it in the Lands Commission office sometimes becomes a nightmare. So this is a candid, honest answer I've given to this House. The data is being put together. We are going to work on it vigorously, and when it is ready, I'll provide it to this House. It's going to be a tedious undertaking. I'm not promising days or weeks or months. It will take some time, and that is why we are pursuing digitization of the records of the Lands Commission, and that will make the assessment of this information readily available to this House and any citizen of this country, and that is the way forward. So, Speaker, so this is the answer to his question. Thank you.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. A few minutes ago, the Minister was able to tell us that NIB, National Investigation Bureau, and his entity was able to tell him that 80% of the trees that have been planted everywhere in Ghana have survived. You can account for 7 million trees across the whole country, yet you cannot account for landed properties that have been transferred within Greater Accra. That is a miracle, Mr. Minister. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am passionate about this because, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about people complaining to members of parliament that landed properties belonging to the state have been transferred to individuals needlessly. And when we want the answers from you so that we can help the public, you tell us that in the life of this parliament. What if I don't come to the next parliament, Mr. Speaker? I am totally...
Honourable Member, I appreciate your question, but at least I've been a land administrator before. I appreciate what the Minister is also saying. It's not been easy. So please, let's actually understand where he is coming from. But for me, it's better he comes and give us a right information than to go and come out with a guess figures. So if he's saying that we should give him time, please let's appreciate what he's saying.
Mr. Speaker,
I've been a land administrator.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the whole of Greater Accra doesn't belong to the government. In fact, my house doesn't belong to the government. So we are talking about a minuscule number of landed property belonging to the state. Mr. Speaker, I shudder to say the minister has refused to give me the answer. He can deny it, but I'm saying that it is not even the 10% he told. He said that has been digitized. Mr. Speaker, you can give us the 10%.
Honourable Member, please. If the minister is saying he wouldn't, no, I wouldn't. Yes, later.
Mr. Speaker, we are always guided by our rules. And Honorable Kwame Abuja knows the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, when we want to use question time to be throwing punches and saying things that we know the rules do not permit us to say, and find a way of challenging Speaker even when the Speaker is guided, Mr. Speaker, to say the least, Mr. Speaker, Order 67. Order 67 guides a member of parliament on what to do in a supplementary question. You don't use that opportunity to argue, to debate, and to even attempt to impugn improper motive. What you are doing, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, what Honorable Kwame Abuja is doing is wrong. Mr. Speaker, yes, I am here as a pro-tem leader, and I am telling you, Mr. Speaker has given me the floor. If you would quietly sit down and listen to me. We are to assist the Speaker, and there are first-timers here. Supplementary question. You can't even have the patience to listen quietly. I did. I was listening to you quietly. That's why I'm able to counter your point. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, you know, Kwame Abuja knows what to do under supplementary. You don't use supplementary question to argue, to debate, and to introduce new issues to satisfy your own political interests. That is what you are doing. That is what you are doing. And Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, no, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, let us get this matter straight. Mr. Speaker, we've had an occasion on this floor, and I'll call it the Muntaka rule. Mr. Speaker, we've had an occasion on this floor. And this case, I call it the Muntaka rule, where he argues forcefully that even when you are raising a matter, and the person whose matter you are raising has no right of audience on this floor, you have to hold back. This was a Muntaka rule. In the Joy FM misreported case, and Mr. Speaker ruled that yes, it is right. So, Mr. Speaker, I am relating this matter to what you are attempting to do. There is a matter that he is answering a question on. Read Order 67. Read it. Order 67 talks about supplementary questions. It tells you, well, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Agboja may have to keep quiet and listen. So, Mr. Speaker, having said all of this, and being our duty to, I humbly pray that, Mr. Speaker, with this assistance offered the chair would no more entertain all the sinful behavior of Kwame Agboja in respect of our standing orders, because he has sinned heavily against the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, he has sinned against the standing orders. Well, he knows I'm doing the right thing. Mr. Speaker, I end it here without more.
Well, honorable members, I'm bringing question time to a close. Honorable, we've had more than. Come again.
No, we need your guidance. It's very important. Because, you see, this is a very important matter. The minister has confirmed that so many members of parliament from both sides have expressed interest in this matter. They have filed questions. He's talking about the possibility that in the lifetime of this parliament, we may not get a response from him. We need some guidance from you, at least. If even some month or two, at least, we should be guided as a house. Because we can't leave this matter to be in abeyance, in perpetuity. So, Mr. Speaker, we need your guidance, please. It's a very important matter. Because I'm frightened that for the lifetime of this parliament, we may never get answers to this question. It's scary. It's scary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to the minister and the questioner at the same time. In fact, the matter being raised is a very sensitive issue and very important for our survival as a country. It borders on land. When there's no land, there's no country. Mr. Speaker, it's good you are presiding at this time. I don't want to point to your circumstance, but I know you have enough knowledge so long as matters of land and survey is concerned. And therefore you appreciate very well the answer being given. Mr. Speaker, the other time, this is the second time this question is being asked. And if I listen to the Honorable Agboja very well, the questions he was raising were both in today's answer and that day's answer. That's why I was quiet listening. So the question he asked, the minister said, I haven't said so. Because the question was asked from the previous answer, and that was to me. Mr. Speaker, if we have taken our time as a parliament to make a very fine law, I remember later, the last parliament, the 7th parliament, we did the new land law. So if parliament has taken the need and the time to be able to come out with a very fine law, and the members have interest in such questions, the answer I was going to ask the Honorable Minister is, yes, you have a problem, because we are transitioning from manual to digital. That one takes time. I happen to be a member of the Committee on Communication. And in the 6th Parliament, when the National Communication Authority had a problem, because revenue assurance was a problem for the Ministry of Finance. And that is what brought in an IT company called Suba Info Solutions. The Speaker, they digitized the records of most of the ministries, including the Ghana Education Service. And it helped them. So if the minister, he is not the first person to be there, and he will not be the last person to be there. If truly you have difficulty because you want to digitize so that we move from the manual to digital. The Speaker, you and I know, if you go to all the 261 district assembly, there is boundary dispute everywhere. If you go to most of the chieftaincies, most of the chieftaincies are borders on land litigation. So any issue concerning land records must be of very important to all of us. So the Honorable Abuja, fine, may be doing his oversight responsibility. The order quoted by my very good brother, the deputy majority leader, still, you are still in charge of admissibility of questions. And all the questions that were asked by Honorable Abuja were admitted by you. And the minister had no difficulty in answering them. He was frank. So the question is, if there is a problem, can we as a country, do we have a way or a role to play in making sure that we are able to digitize those records, so that it will not be like day in, day out, we will be coming as if you are responsible. You came to meet it. By coming to meet it, it is now your responsibility because you are not the duty. And that is why we are bringing those questions. Is there a way that this house, if this funding problem, we are in charge of the pace. If we have to digitize, let's make sure that we have a special need. Sometimes I think the Land Administration Act, there used to be a donor component of money that they used to give to us as a country to do our land law until we came to the new land law. The Speaker, if we were able to run away from the Aborigines Right Protection Society in 1897, we should be able to be in charge of our own land records for posterity's sake. I remember when Ghana got oil, and I came to Parliament here in 2009, similar records like this, and that was before Ghana could go to the international court for boundary dispute between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. We needed to close all our doors. So we should have done this thing, we couldn't do it, so let's do it now. Close it in, under certificate of agency. We did it now. So this house must assist the minister to digitize by the click of the mouse, so that you'll be able to know this one belongs to this one. That is all that we are saying. So it's not out of any mischief for you to say that, oh, the question is imputing improper motives, or the minister is not giving the needed answer. There are still, I know there's difficulty there, but we need to solve it as a country. So, Minister, is there a way that we can assist you to be able to transition from manual to digital? If it is funding, let us know. If it is technology, let us know. This is the question I want to ask. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Minister, can you give us a time frame? Of course, saying in the life of this 8th Parliament is a bit, so just give us a time frame.
I think the Honorable Deputy Minority Chief Whip summed up the matter on the table. And the truth of the matter, and is exactly the point I've been trying to make since I mounted the dispatch box, which is that the state of land administration in our country is not fit for purpose. That's the hard truth. To source for information, data, on even a simple parcel of land, Mr. Speaker, if we were to find out the records of where Parliament is situated today and the historical antecedents of how this land was acquired, Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised that it can become a nightmare. The truth of the matter is not so much, it has absolutely nothing to do with shelving information, not wanting to give information. Mr. Speaker, in any event, as I said, the information is going to be provided from 1993 to date. And I'm not too sure there's any government in this country which can make the claim that they did not bequeath or they did not grant interest in public lands in this country. I mean, there are estates all over the place in Accra and other parts of the country which are built on public lands. So that cannot be the issue. The gravamen of the issue is the state of land administration in our country. I heard the Honorable Kudito speak about Lap 1, Lap 2. He's correct. Lap 1, Lap 2 came into being World Bank intervention and the rest. It didn't resolve land administration in our country. The panacea, as the experts have advised, and as the Honorable Deputy Minority Chief Whip is quite eloquently and rightly pointed out. Minority, the Honorable Deputy Minority Chief Whip is, Mr. Speaker is eloquently articulated, is how to resolve the issue of records keeping and lands commission. The only solution, Mr. Speaker, both historically, contemporary, and global standard, is to digitize the records of lands commission. And I want to assure the House that we are working feverishly around the clock to be able to get to the stage where the records of lands commission will be digitized. We will certainly need the help of this House, and we will very soon be coming before the Lands and Forestry Committee to plead our case. Mr. Speaker, timelines, what I will say is that we will employ our best endeavors to be able to put this information together and provide it to this House. But there are real, genuine hurdles and realities which we have to confront with, and which is the reason why I gave the answer I did. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the House for their indulgence. Thank you.
So, Minister, I thought I gave directives to at least give us indication as to when you think you provide to the House the question they are asking. Because just saying probably in the lifetime of this Parliament it will be a bit difficult. So just give us, if it is next year, next session, whatever it is.
Mr. Speaker, let me work throughout this year, and in these matters, the Lands Commission, as you know, is a semi-autonomous constitutional body, and they are the repository of the records of lands in our country, and they give me this advice, and they have provided this firm advice to me. This is a house of record, and this is a very important forum. I shouldn't be giving indications and timelines which may become problematic for myself and for the reputation and dignity of my office. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, let me repeat that in the course of this year, we are going to work day and night and employ our best endeavors to be able to provide the information to the House as practically as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Senior Member, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I will recall, there is a register of government lands, or there is supposed to be a register of government lands. If this register does exist, Mr. Speaker, it should not be too difficult to find out which part of this government land has been ceded to private citizens or private individuals by various administrations within the last 10 years or so. That is, if the register is not there, that's a different business. Then I will sympathize with the minister. But if the register is still in existence, I believe it will be useful.
So, on that note, we break question time to a close. Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you very much for appearing before the House to answer questions from members. You are hereby discharged. Leader, are you going to item 6? Honorable Minister for Information is here.
Speaker, I think there are two statements that we can take today, beginning with the one by the Minister responsible for information. But before we get there, to remind you where we are in terms of the time.
So, honorable members, may I crave your indulgence to allow me to extend certain beyond the normal setting hours. It's now 2 o'clock. So please bear with me. We are moving on. And on that note, yes, we will invite Honorable Minister for Information to give us information relating to the implementation of the RTI Act, Act 2019, Act 989, sorry. So, Honorable Minister, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make this statement to this August House. It may be recalled that in June 2021, I presented the maiden annual report on the implementation of the Right to Information Act in Ghana to this House and delivered a statement on the floor in keeping with the provisions of sections 64.3 and 77.4 of the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989. I'm here today, Mr. Speaker, to present a statement and a report on the implementation of the Right to Information Act 2019 by public institutions for the period January to December 2021. The RTI Act, Act 989, was passed by the 7th Parliament of the Fourth Republic and assented to by the President on the 21st of May 2019. The Act sets an unprecedented path for citizens to access information held by public institutions as guaranteed in the 1992 Constitution. The Act seeks to strengthen democracy, open governance, and sustainable development. The Access to Information Division was established within the Information Services Department to provide back-end technical support to MDAs and their RTI officers across the country, and to equip them to deliver on the RTI obligations. The ATI Division has trained and posted 87 RTI officers to 87 public institutions so far. Though the remaining 452 institutions do not have RTI officers from the ATI Division resident and responding to requests, already available officers who handle other duties within these 452 institutions have been trained and designated as RTI officers to handle requests. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2021, a total of 189 public institutions submitted their annual reports on RTI activities within their respective institutions to the RTI Commission. An analysis of these reports revealed that 247 requests for information were received and processed in 65 public institutions, with the Department of Children receiving the highest number of requests for information, 34 requests. 64%, that is 159 requests, were granted, while others were refused, transferred, referred, or denied in accordance with the Act. It is important for citizens to understand, Mr. Speaker, that in some limited circumstances, public institutions have a legitimate right by law to keep some types of information and classes of information away from the general public. The RTI Act 2019 has clearly identified and classified some information as exempt, which call for safeguards, including those related to public security or individual privacy. The RTI Commission, however, as an independent and impartial body, has also been resourced to deal with undue denials by public institutions. Mr. Speaker, the RTI Commission has begun its regulatory and oversight functions in the year gone by. The Commission now operates from an office complex in Jowlu here in Accra to serve as its headquarters. It is also in the process of setting up at least 4 zonal offices across the country in the year 2022. For the year under review 2021, the Commission received 24 applications for review from institutions and individuals who were not satisfied with the grounds on which they were denied access to information. Out of this number, the Commission made 6 written determinations and 8 were settled through mediation. The remaining 10, Mr. Speaker, are still under review. One of the Commission's determinations resulted in a suit against it by a public institution. The High Court of Ghana ruled in favor of the Commission on the 17th of February 2022. This, Mr. Speaker, is testimony that the Commission is striving to apply the law to the best of its ability. I would like to commend the Chairperson, the Commissioners, the Executive Secretary and staff of the Commission for starting well. May they continue to keep the flame burning. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, there were a number of challenges faced in the implementation of the RTI Act. And with your permission, I'd like to highlight a few. One, the Access to Information Division and the Commission require financial clearance to employ and deploy more staff. RTI officers, for example, need to be deployed to fully populate the RTI units in the remaining 452 public institutions. This is very important if we are to have timely and appropriate responses to requests for information. Mr. Speaker, the RTI Commission also needs significant funding to enable it educate the public and promote the use of the RTI Act. It also needs more resources to deepen monitoring and evaluation of RTI officers and the implementation processes, respectively. Mr. Speaker, another challenge is that there are a number of public institutions, especially institutions where the ATI division of the ISD has not posted officers, who do not respect the timelines laid down by the Act. There is a need for more sensitization to help them achieve better compliance. To address these challenges and to build on the gains made, my ministry, through the ATI division of the ISD and the RTI Commission, Mr. Speaker, have outlined the following activities for subsequent years. One, nationwide sensitization and capacity building programs to educate the public on the right to information. Two, inclusion of the RTI compliance in the schedule of chief directors, managing directors, chief executive officers, performance agreements as a key result area, so that if the head of an institution is not ensuring that that institution is complying with the RTI requirements, it will be marked against them during their key performance indicators assessment. Mr. Speaker, we are also working to set up zonal offices for the RTI Commission to help them ensure compliance at the regional and district levels. Mr. Speaker, we are also looking at the prosecution of offences under the RTI Act, including seeking sanctions on institutions and officers that do not respect the timelines once the LI is passed. Mr. Speaker, finally, we also seek to finalize the draft regulations for passage to strengthen the arm of the RTI Commission to do its job. Permit me to make special mention of the need for academia, students, researchers, etc., who often complain of a difficulty in accessing information from public institutions for purposes of academic research. Mr. Speaker, permit me to make a special call to them to do well to make better use of the RTI Act. The RTI Act was made for you. It is disappointing to notice that there are very few requests for information for academic studies. We want to call on them to make use of the RTI Act and to deepen data gathering from public institutions to inform research and policy recommendations, which would in return positively impact governance in our country. Mr. Speaker, the success of the RTI law in Ghana will largely depend on two key things. One, various groups of citizens making use of the rights to access information, and two, government showing commitment to facilitate access. Government is demonstrating good faith in providing a good measure of the infrastructure for delivery, but we need to do more. Citizen groups, most especially academia, can also do better in utilizing the Act. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to use this opportunity to applaud the contribution of key stakeholders, some who are present here today, namely the RTI Commission, the RTI Coalition of Civil Society organizations and development partners like UNESCO Ghana, the heads of the civil and local government services, the Ministry of Finance for their support. I thank the staff of the Ministry of Information and the Access to Information Division for their work, their commitment, their perseverance in ensuring that RTI works thus far. Mr. Speaker, finally, I express my sincere gratitude to you and the honourable members of this House for your attention and for your support in the implementation, while I also make special mention of your Committee on Communications for their partnership in this endeavour. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Information. Yes, let me come to Sam George. Or you don't have a copy of the statement?
I didn't have a copy of the statement, but we have had some prior engagement. But, Mr. Speaker, if Kwame Abuja can start, and then I will come back subsequent to Kwame Abuja.
Yes, okay.
Right, Honourable Speaker, we thank our colleague, the Minister, for being diligent with the House, for providing this information. I thought the first line of his gratitude would have gone to this House. To be honest, we are told this bill has been in the House for a long time, and I must pay particular tribute to the majority leader, Honourable Chieme Sabunsu, who took this bill together with Honourable Bagin, the minority leader, and the House to make sure that in our lifetime we make sure that this bill is passed. So I think the first people that needed to be thanked for this is this House, because it is this House, and particularly the leadership of this House present here, that made it possible for us to have this bill. By all means, we'll thank those who are implementing it today. But guess what? If this House didn't make it a priority to pass it, it would have been still a bill in the House, and there wouldn't have been any board or any committee implementing anything. But that said, I think this is a very important thing we have done as a House, and I'm happy that he gave us this update. Just to say a few, I'm surprised that in his view, especially academia is not making use of the information as much as possible. But he will agree with me that many of government entities don't have information fit for purpose, one of which is what we have been talking about here. So what is the point for applying for information on an issue that is important to you when you know what they are going to tell you is it's not available? So we need to encourage government entities to have proper record that are fit for purpose. Data that is required by academia has to be wholesome to an extent before they can process it. And if it's not, I think it will be difficult for them to use it. But indeed, this is an achievement of the House and the country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to comment on some of his recommendations, and I think it's very important. Maybe from secondary school levels, we should be able to, not as a curriculum, but your services can extend to secondary schools for people to be able to understand what their rights are, so that by the time they get to a point that they can be adults and can demand information from the state, it will just be part of their lives. I agree with you also on how we can fund them. It is quite disappointing that, as you said, we are still not able to fund or have the resource, human resource, to man some of the agencies. And I think this is not beyond us. Let's look at what the budget would say when the finance minister turns up somewhere during next month. I agree with you that we should encourage entity heads, chief directors, and everybody to have that understanding that it's their responsibility to ensure that the entities which they superintend over provide this information to people, as at least the information that is required. And the public must also understand that it's not everything you require from an entity that is information that you must be provided. That is a fact, because trying to get how many people attend a cheap compound at Adaklu is normal information. But what kind of sickness did a particular person report? That is not information, obviously, that you provided with. So we must be educated on what kind of information we can see. Mr. Speaker, I think it's good he's come back to tell us. I wish many of the bills we passed, the implementing agencies will come back and tell us the challenges and what is working well, so that we know whether we've done the right thing or not. And if we need to recall some of those legislations and upgrade them, we can do that. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our colleague particularly for doing this. For me, what he's done is helpful to me for being part of crafting the bill into a law and how its operation is going so far. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, let me come to Domai East.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's use this opportunity to also congratulate the minister and add my voice to my senior colleague's voice to applaud him for coming to the House to update us on how far the right to information bill is performing. Right Honorable Speaker, for me, as much as we are talking about the importance and the good things that we are getting out of the right to the RTI, I think the public interest is important, and my senior brother or senior colleague made that. It is important that we educate the people to appreciate the importance of the RTI. As we speak, there are a lot of people who have heard about the RTI, but they don't know how to access it or how to use it. And I will urge the information minister that it should take the information, the public interest, to a higher level. Clearly, we are seeing how some people are accessing information using the right to the information bill, which is getting need. So we will encourage that the ministry will go further to also whip the interests of Ghanaians to be able to appreciate and access the information that they need. Obviously, we all need to know which kind of information that we can access and which that we cannot access, where to go, where we cannot go, and which process that we should use. These all are important that we will encourage the minister, we will support him to find ways and means to help us to educate the people to access. Once again, I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and congratulate my minister for doing this. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me begin from, is it Bia West?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this is a beginning point for us to realize the important need of not only passing legislation, but really taking important steps to ensure that implementation is critical for the legislation. Otherwise, we will just continue to pass legislation that's not relevant to our society. And we all know the background to the RTI, to the extent that there were public demonstrations urging for it. And any form of opaque processes can now be open to public scrutiny by asking for the right information. So it is laudable that at least we have an update of the implementation process. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister two questions that, based on his presentation, regarding the availability of information. Essentially, whether they have focal persons in the ministries, agencies, and as a result of that, whether like we did with the client services, they have services that are available readily, and that the person doesn't have to go around so many people in order to access information or even to find out where the information is available. So do they have specific units, like again, the client service that we established a few years ago, so that you can actually go in there and be able to find the correct information or be directed to the right place? Then secondly, he mentioned the issue of some information that are classified. And as a result, when you show up to the place asking for the information, it cannot be made available to the public. In the process of implementation, as the RTI law says, has he come across a situation where organizations refuse to offer services to people in terms of making information available because that information is classified? When, therefore, did they say that information will be declassified so that the public can have access to them? And whether in the process of doing so, if they have observed any legal issues in which people are taking organizations to court, because based on the RTI law, they are supposed to make the information available. and whether by control or power they have not made that information available. Then finally, my comment will be the issue of the entire process. Has it really helped, being the Minister of Information, journalists in their work? Has it been useful to them in terms of assessing right information so that instead of being speculative, as we see in some of the newspapers, whether this process has given them the opportunity to really assess the right information, and that in his assessment of the print media and even social media, as they may have people to observe these things, it has improved the accuracy of information that is put out in the public domain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Okujoto, please, let's be brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I shall be guided accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by commending the Honorable Minister for Information for this very exemplary conduct in presenting himself and very timely the annual report on the implementation of the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989. Mr. Speaker, you recall that only last Friday I raised this matter on the floor of the House about annual reports that are pending, some for 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, some almost a decade when I check the records. For example, the Minister of Finance, who is supposed to present the annual report to this House on the Public Procurement Authority, the Public Procurement Annual Report. The last time it was done was in 2012. So there's a general, attitude that is not helpful so far as annual reports are concerned, and it leaves this House in the dark. We are not able to carry out our oversight and really to be well apprised on what is happening to the various institutions that we set up by law and all the policy initiatives that we hope that this country will benefit from. So what the Minister of Information is doing, this is the second time, and I think our records must reflect that this is the way to go, a very, very commendable conduct, and we will ask him not to grow weary. He should continue on this trajectory. It's indeed very positive. Mr. Speaker, I note from the Honourable Minister's presentation that the RTI Commission has been really on the side of those who are seeking information, that is citizens. And I am glad to note that even when they were sued by a public institution, the court on the 17th of February 2022 ruled in the favor of the Commission. That is a really positive development, and it shows that the Commission appears to be tilted on the side of the people, because the people really are weak. State institutions are very strong, and they can always like to muzzle out and conceal information. But when you have the Commission appearing to be on the favor of citizens and helping them to champion transparency and the free flow of information, it is something that we must commend. And I would like to salute the RTI Commission for that. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I note that some of the challenges the Honourable Minister referred to related to lack of financial clearance, which delayed in 2021, so that they were not able to recruit at full throttle the information officers required. I am glad to hear that at least some progress is being chalked in that regard. But we will appeal to the Ministry of Finance that this is a very important piece of legislation, and they should prioritize the employment requests of the Minister responsible for information, and for that matter, the RTI Commission, so that we can have a full House. What transpired a few minutes ago before the Honourable Minister mounted the dispatch box is a matter that should concern all of us. How do we make information readily available? Even as a House, we are struggling to get ministers to provide information to us. Digitalization of information, making sure that information is accessible remains a challenge in this country. And I hope that even as we seek to employ more people, we seek to empower the ITI Commission, we'll also look at our record-keeping processes as a country and seek to improve on all of those systems so that we can keep adequate records. Because sometimes there is a deliberate effort by some people in the public sector to make it as difficult as possible to find the information. And it's all through, human attitudes, human conduct, not filing the right documentation, sometimes even destroying them, allowing the vagaries of the weather to destroy pieces of information which are crucial for the success of this RTI implementation. At the end of the day, if the information is not available, no matter the commitments by multiple state actors and stakeholders, we may not be helpful. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'll be remiss if I do not touch on a matter that happened very recently. And I think that the Honourable Minister must commit to retraining and training the information officers. Recently, the Council of State was in the news for the wrong reasons when an information officer directed Togbi Afede's representative, who had gone there, filed the right information request, and he was asked to go to Metro TV. I mean, it's very ridiculous, and even the tone of the letter, that was unprofessional conduct. And we must make clear that the whole essence of this RTI legislation is for there to be openness, for there to be a new mindset to governance, and that really in this country and per our constitution, sovereignty resides in the people. The offices we occupy, whether you're a civil servant, a public servant, a politician, we are servants of the people. And power really belongs to the people. And so you cannot, treat the people with contempt. And so I hope that the Honourable Minister will take a strong view of that, and whether it is lack of training, lack of professionalism, this must not happen again, where, just flippantly and ridiculously, information officers deny citizens information and redirect them to places that, they should not be doing. But having said that, it's clear that we are building an RT architecture which will serve our democracy well and will lead to more openness in governance. And I hope that the government actors themselves, the president and all his ministers, will themselves show a general attitude of openness. You know, Mr. Speaker, how we've been struggling here sometimes when we file our questions, and then eventually they come and hide under national security considerations and all of that. That kind of attitude does not inspire confidence. If RTI officers see...
Honourable member, please.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. But generally, let's all reflect a certain exemplary attitude that will positively help to deepen accountability and transparency. I thank you very much, and I commend the Minister again for the example. Thank you.
Yes. Honourable member for Anson Quanta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement made by the Minister for Information. I'm very grateful for this information that is provided by the Minister to the House. It looks like the concentration is on political issues, where the president will go to politicians and request for information, and if there is any impediment in their way, in giving a very wide publicity. We will also talk of classification of information, which information should come out and which information should not come out. Financial information, economic information that helps the country's development. But there's one critical area that nobody is taking care of. As to certain information which by law is not being compared to be given to the public or to other interested parties. For example, let's look at our education institutions, the universities, the research institutions. They have been doing a lot of research, being financed by the public and other agencies. But this information, nobody is compelled to read them out. If no one has gone to them to provide that information, it means that the information will be sitting in their cupboards or in their files without having any influence on the public direction and policy initiatives. Let's say the professional institutions, the accounting institutions, the engineers, the medicals, in their research, in their work, they come out with a lot of information, a lot of important data that can help the society, but who is competent to break that information out? So what are we doing as people, for example, this house, to compare such professional institutions, such bodies, to come out with certain information to feed the public, particularly this house, because this house is providing the necessary budget, approving budget for these institutions to go into research and come out with certain information that will help this country. Let's take the case of the health sector. Certain information about cancer diseases. They do their research in their work, they come out with certain vital data that will help our development. Who is comparing them? How are they providing information to the benefit of the public? Let's take the engineers of the construction and roads and buildings. How certain roads are being constructed and the damage done to our roads, our buildings in the process of construction. We have these engineers. They have a lot of data, information concerning how certain schedule are done. Who is competent to bring out this information to help our national development? Mr. Speaker, it is important as people, if this House will compare such professional bodies, such research institutions, that they also come up with their reports to feed the public essentials of what they are doing. That will help this country to move forward. We should look at always what politicians are doing and what the press people will get from them, and what if they don't give it out, we hammer them and we try to communicate this information that will destroy somebody about how the person is doing his job, and that will help in this country. We should also look at the other side, that these research institutions and other professionals, whatever they are doing, that will benefit the society, we bring them out to help our national cause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving us the opportunity to contribute to this statement.
Thank you. Yes, let him listen to it, then I come to leadership. Then you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statements made by the Minister for Information and the Member of Parliament for Ofasia Iribi constituency, the Honourable Kojo Nkrumah. Let me join my colleagues in celebrating the Minister's diligence when it comes to the presentation of his reports. Your Committee on Communication oversees two ministries, and we deal with two different ministers. I wish all ministers behaved like the Minister for Information when it came to reports. I'm sure the Majority Leader himself will have a better job and a better sleep if all his ministers behaved as timeously as the Minister for Information. Maybe the Minister for Information may be able to share a few notes on how to get the Majority Leader to get his other ministers to comply with the duties under the Constitution and their acts to report to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the RTI is a very critical law that we have passed. Act 989 is one that had spent years in this House, and I believe that the 7th Parliament and the leadership at that time deserve a lot of credit for passing the bill. Mr. Speaker, even though the bill has been passed, some sections of the media refer to the act as a dead act, or not as a ghost act. That is not a living document, because we still have some legislative work that has to be done that will give life to the Act of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, this has led to some challenges that we have seen. The Right to Information law is not one that is supposed to inhibit applicants from accessing information using cost. We have seen quite a number of cases, and I will want to use this opportunity to appeal to the Minister that the ministry should, as part of their work with the judiciary to bring the judiciary up to speed on what the real spirit of the law is, not just the letter of the law. Because when you look at the rulings that the judges have given in the two cases that have gone before the courts, in the Enesnogbe versus Electoral Commission case, where Enesnogbe was seeking information on procurement from the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Commission sought to hide behind the fact that Parliament had not passed the Fees and Charges Act relative to the RTI and request for information. And when the courts were invoked, the jurisdiction of the court was invoked, 1,500 Ghana cedi fee was placed. And you want to ask yourself, to print a few sheets of paper should not have cost 1,500 cedis. But that was a bad precedent that was set by the courts, because not everybody can afford 1,500 Ghana cedis for access to information. And why do I say it was bad precedent? In a few months' time, the courts relied on that ruling, same judge, in passing another judgment on the Media Foundation for West Africa versus NCA case, where the NCA had also imposed, I think, a charge of about $1,000 or so, or 2,000 Ghana cedis, 2,000 Ghana cedis in that instance. The judge says that principle was wrong and goes back to the Enesnogbe case and also imposes 1,500 Ghana cedi charge once again. I don't think that was the intentment of the sponsors of the bill and Parliament, that will fix a rate of 1,500 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, some of the people making that request may not have the money if we peg it at 1,500 cedis. And you saw the Minerals Commission take on the RTI Commission, the Rights Information Commission, when they said they should charge 2 Ghana cedi. And there, Mr. Speaker, I want to celebrate the head of the Right to Information Commission. You know, the gentleman, the young lawyer there, my mate from the university, we call him Gedebus, did a very good job where he told the Minerals Commission that you cannot be charging $1,000 for information. So charge them 2 Ghana cedi. And when he asked them to pay 2 Ghana cedi, they went to court, challenging the RTI Commission. But on that instance, we celebrate the courts, where the courts told them that you cannot come and seek refuge for an illegality here. However, if the ministry doesn't bring the fees and charges for RTI to us, you continue to have CEOs of state institutions bullying applicants. And so the minister must bring the requisite documents for the fees and charges for us to fix it. But Mr. Speaker, one very important thing, and yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll just wrap up here, is that under Section 19 of the Act, the persons to deal with requests or applications, the information officers, there are over 450 state institutions, Mr. Speaker, but we have less than 100 information officers who have been trained and certified by the ministry and the RTI Commission. Mr. Speaker, if the government has money to do all kinds of other things, they should give clearance for the ministry to recruit the rest of the people. The salaries of about 300 more RTI information officers, proper information officers, will serve better purposes. But if we have money for consultants to build, to design things and pay them $36 million and things, but we don't have money to recruit.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. I'm guided, so I'm not going down that road. If we have money for other things, we should, the finance ministry, the finance ministry which is finding that money in the consolidated fund, must find space for the Minister for Information to recruit information officers. Because if you had a properly trained information officer at the Council of State, he would not have directed Togbi Afede's request to Metro TV. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will plead that the finance minister, even should realize that the Bible urges expediency in your works, and so that he also finds expedient money for. Mr. Speaker, the very last one is the classification of information. If we have the right to information law, I sounded even before Parliament passed the RTI Act, and you have not got a proper public information, Mr. Speaker, the RTI law is simply an index, it's a search engine. When you go to Google to do your search, it is because there is a classification of documentation that has been indexed that you can access. Mr. Speaker, until we have a review of the PRAD law, the Public Records Administration and Archives Department law, to properly classify government documentation. If you don't properly classify government documentation and know what is classified document, what is declassified, how many years does it take to declassify a document, Mr. Speaker, ministers will wake up and continue to tell you that the request you are using They will come under some of the sections of the bill and tell you it's classified. Some information should be declassified after 5 years, some after 10 years, some after 15 years. We need to have that classification model done by Parliament for public records, and then the RTI can get full steam. Mr. Speaker, thanks for your indulgence. Don't complain. I'm done. Thank you.
Honorable Kujeto, no. Let me come to leadership. What? I'm coming to leadership. Yeah. But Honorable Banda, be
Thank
brief.
you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I will join my honorable colleagues in commending the Honorable Minister for Information for doing a good job. The Democratic Watchers should listen to the Honorable Kujato. I have confidence in him as a Minister for Information, but when he commended the Honorable Minister, I know he was speaking professionally. So anything that Okujato says, he says it professionally. And the Speaker, it was re-emphasized by Honorable St. George. They were not just saying it for politics' sake. If you are doing a good job, we have to let you know so that you continue to do the good job. And if it is not good, we'll let you know. So when we are criticizing constructively, that should also not be misconstrued. That because they are in opposition, they are criticizing you. Today we are telling you you are doing a very good job. Tomorrow, if you veer from that good job, we'll say it. And when we are saying it, listen to it in good faith. I have been a member of the Communication Committee from 2009 to date. This is my 14th year as a member of that committee. We've seen how communication overshadowed information. But right now, under your leadership, the Ministry of Information has overshadowed that of communication. And that is what St. George and Okujato were saying. So keep it up. Mr. Speaker.
Or they should combine the ministry.
They should combine the ministry.
Yeah, they should combine the ministry.
No, that is what we did and lost. The Ministry of Information is very vital, Mr. Speaker, and it is a precondition to every good democracy. If you want to enjoy good governance, you must prioritize your Ministry of Information. An informed electorate will make informed decisions. And Mr. Speaker, this is why the first president, even though by that time I was not born, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah laid much emphasis on the Ministry of Information to make sure that dissemination of information to the districts were very important. But Mr. Speaker, as a country, we make very good laws, but we have implementation challenges. And it is always wrong when you always substitute new things for old things without maintaining both. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because people underestimated the importance of the Ministry of Information. And civil society organizations, academia, they were all advising presidents, oh, what is the essence of the Ministry of Information? You can combine information and communication. Mr. Speaker, politically when we did that in 2016, we lost the elections. But the government was doing a very good job. But who was there to market that good job? When we went for 398 million to construct railway from Tema to Akosomo, Mr. Speaker, we did that. And after approving the loan, instead of inculcating in that component, we are taking 398 million. Maybe 1 million out of that is for communication, to communicate the importance of the project to the people of the country. We couldn't do. Mr. Speaker, when we were constructing the whole airport, Kumasi Airport, Wa Airport, Takoradi Airport, Terminal 3, we didn't include communication component for the Minister of Information to disseminate this information for the people to know. So the importance of right information will inure to the benefit of the electorate because they will make informed choices. Mr. Speaker, when we were spending on blocks to make sure that we prevent future occurrence of double track, we couldn't include a component of it to educate the people so that they will be able to know the importance of those projects. And Mr. Speaker, they say, oh, you are constructing schools. Do we eat schools? We were preventing future occurrence of a double track. Mr. Speaker, because we were changed. And the 200 e-blocks could not be completed. Now we are doing double track. So the importance of information in every democratic representation cannot be underestimated. And Mr. Speaker, coming back to the important statement the minister has made. Minister, I said we should not substitute a new policy with an old one. When President Kufuor brought the Institute of the Information Service Department, and that is the ISD, and brought the yellow and green vehicles, Mr. Speaker, it helped to disseminate government information and policies. Mr. Speaker, what is the state of the ISD now? Now we have right information. The ISD, in recruiting the district information officers, Mr. Speaker, excuse me to say, a good job was not done. Some district information officers did not even qualify to be there, but they were put there because when it was re-engineered with the introduction of those vehicles, and that was under President Kufuor, when he brought the yellow and green vehicles. Because the re-engineering and the recruitment of district information officers everywhere, the caliber of people that we recruited, Mr. Speaker, because of that, the ISD is always going down. As I speak, last year, their budget, even government communication had 6 million Ghana cedis. ISD, the whole country, all the 261 districts, their budget was 2 million. So now we are talking of district information officers and district right information officers. Mr. Speaker, there must be a budget for it. Minister, if it goes well in the recruitment, we will commend you. If it doesn't go well, we have to chastise you because you are the one responsible for recruiting those officers responsible for the right information in every district. Make sure a good job is done. We are bringing supplementary budget. The bill suffered from 2002 until 2020 or 2018 before it was passed. About more than 15, 16 years. When it was passed, we were given a grace period for the government to prepare. So government have no excuse in saying that I don't have funds or I don't have logistics or I don't have the technology to be able to make Ghanaians have access to information. Mr. Speaker, I know you have sat there for a long time. Therefore, I have a lot to say. But the little that I've said, a word to the wise is in the north. And the best comes from the west. And I'm from the middle belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, leader, may I respectfully.
Mr. Speaker, rise to lend my voice to congratulate the Minister responsible for information for his timeous appearance in the House to relate to us where we are with the Right to Information Act. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important as a House to really acknowledge the honorable members in the House who assisted in a very profound manner the crafting and smithing of this very important act. And for the umpteenth time, I want to recognize the contributions of the Honorable Lechere, the Honorable Ben Abdallah, Honorable Shaibu of Daboya Mankarago, the Honorable Anyimodu, and Husseini Inusa, who, and then the Honorable Seuss, who at the time of passing this all-important legislation were very instrumental and assisted me tremendously to get this piece of legislation from the oven. Mr. Speaker, the reason for the Right to Information Act really fits very well in the preamble of our national constitution, the 1992 Republican Constitution. We all offered to establish a framework of government which shall secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, that is at the heart of the Right to Information Act. Mr. Speaker, again, we wanted to deepen our own understanding of probity and accountability so that government will be subjected to appraisal by the government, and for us to assure ourselves that whatever step the ruling class took or government took would inure to the benefit of the citizens. That is all that the Right to Information Act meant and indeed means for us. There were teething problems, but we were able to overcome them eventually, and we got it passed. Some issues have been raised about some challenges, but no acts passed by this House is sacrosanct. As we move along, it may become important, given the experiences that would ensue from applying the law, to amend portions of it. Again, that is how it's supposed to be. The Speaker, having said that, I guess there are other matters, other obligations imposed on us by the Constitution that if we apply same goodwill and courage to confront them, we'll be able to pass them. One such bill, which is still outstanding, Mr. Speaker, is the property rights of spouses. For us, the Constitution imposes an obligation on this House to immediately after the promulgation of this Constitution to have that law passed. Since 1993, we've never gotten around this. It is still in the pipeline, and I believe that very soon, I know the Attorney General is working on the bill. Very soon it will come before us. Let us resolve as a House, once it comes before us, to put our heads together to have that bill passed by this House. Mr. Speaker, the next one is the intestate succession law. That one is also now reduced to a footnote. Let's bring it back and pass that bill in this House. I think the third one will be the affirmative action bill, which is also in the works. I hope we'll be able to finish with them. I'm not too sure. If I'm not able to, because we have very limited time before we adjourn. The next meeting is the budget meeting. And normally we have very little space to pass legislations which are not related to the budget. I want to believe that latest by the mid of next year, we'll be able to get these three important pieces of legislation off our way and have the President assent to them. Because, Mr. Speaker, we need them. We need those three pieces of legislation. The intestate succession law, the spousal rights or property rights of spouses, and of course the affirmative action bill. Speaker, so I thank you and I thank colleagues who have contributed to the statement ably made by the Minister responsible for information.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, we have.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I want to say a big thank you to leadership and to members for the contributions they have made. There are points that we will note and include in the further implementation of the Act. Just to quickly mention that, yes, we have focal persons. Those are the RTI officers that I was talking about, but we need to have them in many more places. We have also been encouraging an online record management system, an ORMS, which will help improve the capturing and the storing of data within ministries, departments, and agencies so that the delivery of information when it is requested for is also further enhanced. Speaker, very finally, the fees and charges recommendation is currently before this House, and even on today's order paper has been listed for consideration, time allowing. So it is not in our hands, it is in the hands of this House to very quickly pass so that some of those challenges can be quickly addressed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable Leader, I want to suspend the House for some time.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we can suspend for a brief while. And then when we come back, we will spend about less than 30 minutes to conclude on a few things and adjourn.
Honorable members, with your indulgence, I will suspend the House for 1 hour. Honorable members, let me welcome you back and let me thank you for indulging me. Yeah, Leader.
Speaker, if I may seek your indulgence for us to go to item listed as 21.
Yes, honorable members, let me invite you to page 11. Page 11.
Speaker, page 13.
Sorry, page 13. Page 13. Item listed 21. Hydrological Authority Bill at the consideration stage. Chairman, where is the committee chair? Yes, leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can begin. I myself, I have seen a few matters in it, so I believe we will not be able to travel too far on this. But let's begin in earnest to see where we can get to.
Chairman, leader. In the absence of the lead, chairman of the committee, we can move on.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once the committee has submitted its report, the House owns it, so we can proceed. And with my dear colleague here, the Honorable Kwame Abuja, governs, I believe we can join ranks to pilot this.
Very well. So, honourable members, we move to clause 2. 1, yes. 1.
Establishment of the Ghana Hydrological Authority.
I believe there's no amendment. So, I will now. So, honourable members, once there's no amendment, I will proceed to put the question on clause 1. And the question is, as many as are in favour that clause 1 stands as part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 stands part of the bill. We move to clause 2.
Object of the authority.
Yes. There's a proposed amendment. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the committee has proposed an amendment, and it really relates to restructuring what obtains in the bill. That is clause 2. And they have restructured it as has been expressed on the other paper. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, I would want to propose a further amendment to what obtains on the other paper. Speaker, if you look at how it's been captured on the other paper, it reads, the object of the authority is to promote hydrological service delivery for the planning, design, execution, operation, and maintenance of A, flood control mechanisms, B, works related to coastal engineering, sewerage, drainage improvement, and river development, and C, operational and applied hydrology for the quantification, conservation, and development of water resources of the country. Mr. Speaker, this is how it's been captured. Now, I want to propose a further amendment to this. No, the restructuring, the 2. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you read how it's been captured, it says the object of the authority is to promote hydrological service delivery for the planning, design, execution, operation, and maintenance of. Then A, B. There's a problem with C, because if you start from the preamble of 2, it may then read, the object of the authority is to promote hydrological service delivery for the planning, designing, execution, operation, and maintenance of operational and applied hydrology, which is wrong. So we should find a way to Mr. Speaker, the proper arrangement should be to have 2 read. The object of the authority is to promote. Then we have A. We are promoting hydrological service delivery. So promote A, hydrological service delivery for the planning, design, execution, operation, and maintenance of. And then what obtains as A. Now we read I. That is Roman number 1. Flood control mechanisms. And B then would now turn into Roman number 2. II. Works related to coastal engineering, sewage, drainage improvement, and river development. And even there, the Speaker, I want to suggest, how do you develop river? I believe they really mean either river basin or river course or river channel development. Is the river channel development or river course development, not the river development. So, Mr. Speaker, you have to look at that. So, river course or channel development, and then we shall have C now become B. So that taking it from the preamble, it will read the object of authority is to promote B, operational and applied hydrology for the quantification, conservation, and development of water resources of the country. So that is how it should be. Yes, thank you.
So if I go to right, it means the rendition will be the object of the authority is to promote A, hydrological service delivery for the planning, design, execution, operation, and maintenance. Then be off. Then we come to I, flood control mechanism. II, works related to coastal engineering, sewage, drainage improvement, and river channel development. So we should add river channel development. Then the C becomes B. Yes, honorable members, that's the further amendment by the majority leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I agree with the leader, but I know the chairman is not here. Since we are talking about hydrological service delivery for the planning, design, I think instead of using execution, because execution is just a bit broad, they are actually talking about construction, isn't it? Because if you plan, design, you construct, you operate, then you maintain. So why don't we use the word construct to make it just clear? Instead of execute, what are we executing? Because even planning is a form of execution of a task. What do you call it? Design, same, maintenance is an execution of an activity. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, as the leader has said, if you read what becomes now the A Roman figure 2, and you read the whole thing, says the object of the authority is to promote hydrological services delivery for the planning, design, Roman figure 2, works related to coastal engineering, sewage, drainage development. I don't think we need a word, yes, sewage. I don't think we need a word development there, sewage. Then, yes, sewage. Yes, exactly, sewage. Sewage, drainage. I don't think after drainage you need to have the word development. Drainage is a whole issue on its own. So it's not only about development of improvement. Yes. So exactly, improvement, drainage improvement. We may be doing a new thing. We are not only improving on what we are seeing. There could be a new standard for what a drainage should be. So it's not only about development. Because if we want to add improvement, why don't we add improvement to sewage? So I think it should leave it coastal engineering, sewage, drainage, and river course or river channel. Mr. Speaker, why do you even want to use the word development for a river channel? I know people may ask, well, rivers flow through the city of Accra. What we do normally is to create a channel, a safe channel based on the volume. For the water to go through the city and discharge into the sea. Normally that's what we do. Oh, course is okay. But when they say development, river channel, exactly. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, my only small point is to say that maybe we can use the word construction in A, and then follow with what leader have said, and then just leave river course development like that.
Leader, let me invite you to page 14. Clause same to Honorable Helena made an amendment. He proposed an amendment that we delete promote and instead to regulate. No, we will come there, but now that we are dealing with two, I just want us to address our mind because we are, yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are not there yet, but I believe that one will not fly. Given what you have, the explanation you have offered, his own amendment is rendered odious.
Yes, Honorable Kofi Adam.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the earlier concern you raised, I think is still relevant here, though leader has given indication that the bill, once the report is presented, becomes the property of the House. It looks like the chair of the committee, the ranking, and even the minister responsible for this sector, none of them is here. They would have considered the very technical description of some of these issues and could have assisted us in dealing with the matter, like we did last week when we considered the criminal amendment bill. We had the minister here, we had the chair of the committee, and we had even the ranking. And they considered in detail before arriving at some of these proposals. So it will help us. We seem to be handling this stage of this bill when they are not here. I would want to propose, if there is any other business for us to consider, and once we wait for at least the chair or the ranking to be present, and they will be able to guide the House in how far we can go and what to deal with this. I'm not so happy that we're doing this in the absence of the minister, absence of the chair of the committee, vice chair, ranking, and deputy ranking. Thank you.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, first of all, as I've made a point, if the chairman is not here, if the ranking member is not here, and they've submitted their reports, they cannot hold the House to ransom if they refuse to come to the House. It becomes the property of the House once they submit the reports. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, I gave an indication that I just wanted that to start. And we'll certainly get into a labyrinth, especially with respect to clause 3. So I just wanted us to start with 1 and 2, and then certainly we'll suspend consideration of the matter. But we just wanted to get the bearing right with respect to clauses 1 and 2. Then we'll suspend, and then, because I noticed that we have to have some winnowing sessions going forward before we're able to clear the many amendments that have been proffered. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can go through the clause 2, and once we are through with that, we'll stand the consideration down and do winnowing on it. Even with the winnowing, if the chairman and the ranking are not there, we'll do winnowing. I do it in my office, and when I had the Honorable Fuseni, Musa, Yilechire, Shaibu, Abdallah, and Ejimedu, many times we're doing it alone. The chairman will come and they will see that we have done a tidier job on it than the committee would have spent many weeks and many months on the bills. It's all for the good of the House. So, Kofi, apply yourself to it, and you will be able to make positive contributions. Don't wait for the chairman or ranking member.
Yes, Honorable Comfort, do you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, apart from the argument, I support my brother that, Mr. Speaker, even after this long period, we need to feed the people. They have been here for the morning till now, and there is no food, nothing, no water, and we are keeping them. We don't even form a quorum. Mr. Speaker, please suspend the House. We continue tomorrow. I beg you.
Honorable Member, fine, if we can hold on to the consideration. There are other business we can. You see, if you got leader right, he just wanted us to start this so that from tomorrow onwards we can move on and come to a conclusion about this. So it's not that we are doing everything. I personally appreciate the issue Kofi Adams raised, and I think what leader said was just to introduce the consideration stage of this all-important bill. We get to 1 or 2, then we can hold on. Then tomorrow, unless we can actually come to it. So, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm with you. The original decision was for us to just suspend for some few minutes, come back, start work on the bill, and then adjourn. We've come, you suspended, we went, we are back. And you began work on it. So I think it's appropriate time for us to adjourn. Mr. Speaker, if I heard the leader of the House very well, he said once the committee has presented a report to the House, the bill is now the property of the House. Yeah, that is right. The amendment and the proposals on the other paper should be moved by the chairman. But they are the chairman's, the amendment stands in the name of the chairman. If we want to give everybody the excuse to be sharing responsibility in that way, Mr. Speaker, it will not help this House. And even though we've gone by the agreement, we've begun the work, we are to adjourn and come back tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I want to make an appeal. The chairman, the vice chairman, the ranking member, and the members of the committee who presented this report must be present to justify why they are moving those amendments that are on the other paper. So that we work together. Because when you went to your committee meeting, we were not there with you. The technical team from the ministry were with you. They justify why certain amendments and proposals should be made. So when you come here, that's why those amendments and proposals stand in the name of the committee chairman. So when you justify somebody opposes the amendment, then you bring the technical knowledge that was given to you at the consideration stage of the committee. So if you don't do that, Then you just come and bring your report here. Tama is not here. Ranking has Western Housing ranking has come. That's Vincent, you are ranking for Western Housing. Yes, the committee members must help this house with the knowledge they had when they were considering the bill and why they are moving those amendments. So the call by the honorable member for Buen is in good order, because when leadership were discussing, he was not privy to it, and that's why he was moving that direction. So leader, we are in it together. You said we should go and come back and begin the work. We have gone, we suspended for 1 hour, we come back. We started the work because we have absolute respect for you. But if you give an indication to somebody and he agrees, then you shift the goalposts. Tomorrow when you are giving directive, they will say, oh, later when you say we should go and we can and we start, he will say we should move, we should move. So once we have done +1,
We haven't done it. We just done it.
1 and 2.
We haven't done it.
So Honorable Kofi, for the clerk at table to be able to be consistent, because consideration of bill 2, the clerk at table has to be consistent with the amendments you are moving. So if you start with the 1 and you don't complete it, tomorrow when you can, where are you starting? So let's finish with the 1 and 2. Then we can adjourn. Then tomorrow when we can make meaningful work. But I think the signal is a wake-up call for the committee members to be present in the chamber. Presentation of your report does not end it. Thank you, Leader.
Yes. Honorable Member for Pruitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look at my revered majority leader. I look at his left and it's empty. He has no support. I look at his right hand and he has no support. He's lonely there. And if they can't have the team available to support the revered majority leader, I believe once we take 1 and 2, in deference to him, the House should consider adjourning. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues have been here, we are just restating what I said. I said we just do clauses 1 and 2. I will not make further progress on that. But let me repeat that once a committee submits their report to the House, it becomes the property of the House. Whether or not the committee members are here, the House can proceed. And that's the point I made. Of course, that is not to derogate from the need for members of the committee, especially the leaders, to be here during the consideration of any bill. But fancy the situation where a committee, after presenting its report, decides not to participate in the proceedings. The House cannot proceed on the matter. The House certainly can proceed. And that's the point that I made. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I just wanted us to begin in earnest. I believe we can suspend further consideration of the bill. I understand the ranking member is in the House. You suffer from optical illusion. The man is here and you are saying that it's okay. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Kobra Donko, who was complaining that my right flank is empty, his own left flank is also empty. So, Mr. Speaker, we can suspend further consideration. I've looked at.
Can you put
the question on
2?
On 2.
Yes.
As variously amended.
Yeah.
And when we have done so, we will not proceed further on that.
So, honorable members, there is a further amendment to clause 2. And the further amendment is to the effect that it should read, or the rendition should be, the object of the authority is to promote a hydraulical service delivery for the planning, design, execution, operation, and maintenance of. So A becomes I mechanism, and I works related to coastal sewage, drainage improvement, and river channel development. And then the C becomes B, operational and applied hydrology for the quantification, conservation, and development of the water resource of the country. All those in favor of the further amendment? Yes.
Speaker, there is I don't know whether to make it more elegant, if you look at clause 2, the object of the authority is to promote hydrological service delivery for the planning, which is something in continuum. It's like a continuing verb, and then designing, and then executing, and operating, and then maintaining. So it's not a one-off thing, but it's like a continuing verb. I think, yes. Leader is shaking his head, but yes. That is my humble view, that then the flow is good. Yes. So if you say planning, then it should follow with designing, executing, operating, and maintaining. Yes. This is what they will be doing, as if it's in continuum.
Mr. Speaker, the humble view of my colleague is right, to some limited extent, because of the application of the definite article before planning. It renders absolutely correct the use of the word execution, operation, and maintenance. For the maintenance of, for the operation of, for the design of. But design is both a verb and a continuing verb in the context. So the design could be either design or designing. Either would be right. So, Mr. Speaker, as it is, I want to appeal to my colleague that it is right. His own humble view is correct to some limited extent.
Very well. So I put the question on the further proposed amendment on clause 2. All those in favor of the further proposed amendment say aye. I put the question again. All those in favor of further proposed amendment to clause 2 say aye. No. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The further proposed amendment to clause 2, which reads, and I read again, the object of the authority is to promote A, hydrological service delivery for the planning, design, execution, operation, and maintenance of flood control mechanisms, works related to coastal engineering, sewage, drainage improvement, and river channel development. And B, operational and applied hydrology for the quantification, conservation, and development of the water resource of the country. Yes, I've already put the question. I've already put the paper. Yes. So, honorable members, we will hold on. We began with the consideration. We will hold on, then we will continue from tomorrow.
So
we've
there's
done
another
cost one
amendment
cost
to 2.
Come again?
Okay, all right. I'm
Yes.
guided.
Yes. That way. So, leader, we have, I think we have other reports, right? And papers to lay.
Speaker, there is just item 7. Item 7. On page 5. Item 7 on page 5.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought you were bringing the consideration to and then we'll correct the maze.
Yes. Honorable, we are ending consideration stage. You may continue.
For today.
Yes, leader.
Yes, Speaker. As I indicated, if we can go to item listed as 7 on page 5. Item 7 on page 5.
Item 7
on page 5.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the ranking member of the Finance Committee is not here. And I had the occasion to speak to.
Is that 7A?
So we are not laying 7B. But the chairman of the Finance Committee, you say he's here. The Finance Committee has not started on 7B. So we are... Okay. Okay. And then, Mr. Speaker, motion 14. If we can consider, because as leadership, I don't think we are privy to the report, and our leader will agree with me so that we meet with the committee before those papers can be laid. Yes. Because mostly, you remember, a committee did a similar work, and when we laid the report, that gave birth to legislation in the House. So those reports, when you finish, you give them to leadership, they go through to see how they can translate into laws, legislations. So based on that, we'll step that one down. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, my application was for the presentation of papers. My application was just for the presentation of papers. And my colleague is jumping to other areas that have not been defined by us. So it's just 7A. 7A.
So let's finish. So, honorable members, let me invite you to page 5. Page 5. We've already commenced public business. So, a presentation of papers. 7A by the Minister for Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I'll just do the presentation of that paper on behalf of the Minister. Mr. Speaker, so I will just do the presentation on behalf of the Minister.
Minister, leave granted.
Annual Budget Performance Report of the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the period January to December 2021.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It will refer to the Committee, Industry and Tourism for consideration and report. Can we move to B?
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, for B, Roman number 1, Roman number 2, the Minister, the Chairman, has given an indication that the committee hasn't even met on that. It cannot be done. Mr. Speaker, my application, as I said, was in respect of just 7A.
7A. Okay.
7A. And having done that, I guess we can take an adjournment. We can take an adjournment.
Adjournment.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I've seen somebody raise his hand here. There's no raising of hands in the Parliament. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, I've drawn your attention that my application was just in respect of 7A. So, Mr. Speaker, with the time reading 14 minutes after 5 o'clock, we may take an adjournment. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I didn't throw my hand. I threw up my hand.
Very well. Honorable members, I think we'll bring proceedings to a close, and the time is 5:15. So I'll proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Please, honorable members, we have a lot to do tomorrow. So let's come early so that we can do a lot. So on that note, I'll thank you very much and adjourn the House to tomorrow. The House stands adjourned.